just about ready to get started here. Okay. All right. And away we go. So, hey everybody. Happy Sunday. Sorry for the delay. I was setting up a couple of things here. So, this is going to be a pretty straightforward one. So the original plan for the stream here, which we're still going to do, was we had 3 Lego sets to build. Lego Stranger Things, which is retired and is a super cool big build that a lot of people think is one of the best. Also, the Lego sort of mine cabin set, which includes a brown bear, an exclusive brown bear. That was going to be pretty cool, too. My volume over here. Hear myself think. Yeah. And then the third set was going to be this Bricklink designer program, special release, camping adventure, which is just 700 pieces, super small profile, just something else small to put in the forest. But there's just one small problem in front of us here, which is that the gold mine set that we were putting together as part of our ultimate Cloud Forest Mountain biome build is kind of in the workspace, and it's going to take longer to clear this stuff away than it's worth. So we're actually going to warm up today by trying to quickly build this mine. Of course, how quick it'll be, Bycat, might be a little bit interesting, because if you remember, we actually are fitting it onto a very specific space profile. So we're just going to load that profile back up, and we're going to try to make the mine. So we'll just add over here Stranger Things, Bricklink. What's that set number? 910041 and brown bear cabin. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. Set that where we can see it again. I remember we could see pretty well here. Yeah. Okay, so if we're going to get off with this, what we're going to need to do, of course, is to start with laying back out the profile of the mountain itself so we remember exactly how it's going to fit on there. So let's grab that. Okay, so there we go. So that's all set up. And there's no way around it. These kinds of builds are just sort of the worst. So not only do I have a bunch of loose pieces here that I haven't sorted in any particular kind of way, but also I am building them onto a singular like a predefined space profile too. That's a rough combination. But you know what? We're just going to make it work. So I've used these minifigures to kind of hold the spacing of this right now. So we're just going to kind of set a few of the really big pieces out of the way. And then we're going to get going on this. And hopefully it won't be that bad. So let's just hang out and, you know, let's do the thing today. Should be pretty fun. Obviously, there's a few parts in here that have already been pre-built, but not too many. So if I was actually really taking my time and trying to lay this out in a way that would make the rebuilding of a disassembled set as least of a chore as possible, the way I like to typically go about that is I like to sort by shape. Like sorting by color, our brains are really good at picking color out of a pile of different shapes. Wait, color out of a pile of different colors. But they're really bad at picking a shape out of a pile of different colors. So that would imply that by far the best way to do this is to just go ahead and sort things by their shapes. So, you know, plates all together, bricks all together, tiles all together. And we're doing kind of a really quick mini way of looking at that, like kind of right now. But nothing's going to make it particularly fast. So, again, I don't really want to spend all this time. Since, again, this isn't the biggest set in the world, let's go ahead and check. Let's check brick set here. This is 750 pieces, so it's barely any bigger than our Bricklink build for later. So this really isn't something that should take us too long. Like, in an ideal situation, if we were just ripping open the bags, this would barely take us... It would barely even take us... like an hour and 10 minutes. Since we have to sort around, it means that the first 2 to 3 bags are going to actually be really tricky. This cat is up to absolutely no good today. So if something clatters, we'll just be right back. But she'll get bored eventually and move on. Okay, so we're already starting to get to a place where I can kind of see some of the parts. So this is the infamous Lego sound that parents and partners and non-fans just absolutely love to hate, which is the brick sifting sounds. So yeah, I mean, as we go through the early bags, we're going to have to deal with a lot of that. But the deeper we get into the build, the fewer pieces there's actually going to be to sift through, and it all just sorts of speeds up. And in the future, I might try to have pieces sorted a little bit more by what type of part they are, which will definitely make this a little bit easier. But we're just kind of going with it today. This set is recently washed. I had to make sure we got some dust off of it. So yeah, just getting the plates out of the way in particular, because plates tend to be used early in a set. They tend to take up a lot of space when you're sifting. That makes it harder to find what you're looking for. Whereas like all these bricks and boulders and things are really not nearly as bad to sort of sift through. Put all these taller plates here, and then we have these rails, which I think we can put back here all in a little stack. And already we can kind of start to see what we're working with a little bit. Hope everybody's Sunday is going pretty well so far. Okay, here we've got one of these winches. I think winch is the word we're looking for here. Not wench, although sometimes we're looking for that word. Just going to wind the string back up here as best as I can. I'll leave the ending, because eventually we're probably going to want to attach that to something. Here's probably what that winch went in. Looks like we're not about to stumble on any more minifigures. Lots of gold parts here. Here's a big crate. And now I'm already at the place where I kind of feel, again, this is only 750 parts. I kind of feel like I can more or less see what's in front of me pretty well. And I might pull a few things more out as we keep going. But I'm feeling pretty good about this. So let's jump on in. Make sure that everything's loaded up. Some spooky music for the mind today, courtesy of Upbeat, as always. So this is even broken into 4 bags, so this would have been such a cinch to work on initially, which is kind of interesting, but okay. So here we go. And the set number for this set is 4204, The Mine, from 2012. It's a pretty old set, actually. Sure, I can square on up here. We'll put this, we're not going to need these reminders for a little bit here. All right, here we go. So we're looking for this guy. He's got a nice mining helmet piece, which I assume they're in here. I don't know that any parts, yep, there it is. Mining helmet with a little lamp on top. It's a neat minifigure. We like to put our minifigures up here where everybody can see them. And can't forget the pivotal Black Bear from this set, which is super neat. So put him up there. I guess black bears maybe live in caves. Ooh, I don't like the page fit here very much. What's going on? Automatic. Page fit. Page width. I think these instructions are uploaded kind of in a different way than we're used to. So that's all going to be the same. That's annoying. We might not be able to click through this as quickly as some things. No, here we go. We got it. Okay. Yeah, and immediately as I start looking for parts, I see that I'm able to pretty much find what I'm looking for, which is pretty important here. I'm going to relearn my muscle memory for clicking through this thing. So we are currently building the flatbed truck that is used to move the material in the mine, which is pretty neat. It also means that we're going to probably get all or almost all of those wheels out of our workspace pretty quickly here, which is great since wheels take up quite a bit of space. Looks like the bed of the truck. Yeah, I think this is going to go pretty quickly here. This was, you know, as a Lego City set, 750-piece Lego City set, this wasn't designed to be overly complicated. It was designed for, you know, kids to be able to quickly put it together and put it in their cities. And we can probably expect a set like this to have quite a lot of play features as well, which can be fun. A lot of play features, a lot of duplication of parts, which makes it really easy as we're going through the early Lego sifting here. Super spooky music. We're actually going to turn that down just a crack. That should help. Very creepy. And as always, we're going to kind of talk through what exactly we're doing here, but also we're just going to power through for a little while. We're just going to kind of go until we start making some major progress. So let's see if we can be done with this by about 2 Eastern for this set, and then we'll see where we're at. Then we'll start laying out Stranger Things. All right, classic Lego hubcaps here. Or not hubcaps, the things that wheel covers. Sort of wheel covers. I was going to say the things that go over wheels. That feels like a reasonable name for them as anything. All the sifting Lego sounds. Kind of building up this flatbed. So we built it up to be 4 wide, and now we're expanding it to be 6 wide, which is our standard for Lego City, which is pretty nice. Trying to get nice and comfortable here. Comfortable enough. Should do. So yeah, I might just kind of relax and knock this build out real quick. I think I hear like some werewolves howling in the background of the music here. It's kind of interesting. One set that was released this year that I'm definitely looking forward to building is the Lego Twilight Cullen House. Looks like a very nice build, a nice mansion build, which I can either choose to put in sort of my mansion row with things like Andrea's mansion, or I can choose to not do that and put it as a sort of standalone cabin in the woods type of thing, the way it would be in the universe it came from. But that's also kind of the beauty of Lego, is we don't have to stick to things being in the universe they came from necessarily. So like this cabin here, the upside down, well, not that cabin. So this is the mine. We know that we're sticking this below our Flower Fruit Mountain, beside our Mandalorians and our Flintstones characters hidden away. All right, so we're having a sifting problem right now. We're looking for a 1x2 black tile with grill, which we will find, but sometimes you have to, again, when you're sifting, when you're not, there it is. And then that looks like a, oh, we're going to do this whole thing twice, meaning I have to find 2 more of those that just took me forever to find one of. So occasionally we'll just kind of temporarily admit defeat, come back later. Here's a license plate. This looks like the license plates are going to be on the side for this truck, which is a little bit different. Two by 4 dark blay plate, 1x4 dark blade tile with the license plate, and 2 more 1x2 black tiles with a grill. Unless they're dark blay. I don't think they are, though. I think they're black. Which is actually a piece that I have quite a lot of extras of, which is nice. So if we don't end up finding them, I could have keep a running tab of any pieces that have gone missing during a set rebuild, which definitely happens. We had a few last week. And we'll just kind of come back to those at the end of the build. We'll remember. Already, again, the pieces are starting to get thinner and thinner. It's actually great for our purposes, since we want to build this mine on a very specific space profile. It's actually pretty great that that this is starting with us getting the truck out of the way. And we might scan the instructions when this is done, just to see if there are going to be any other side builds that we can knock out before we start hitting the profile of the main building. So now we're looking for this. There it is. He's left a steaming cup of coffee in the truck bed here, which I'm sure won't possibly have any adverse impacts whatsoever. Now we need some clear cheese slopes. There we go. Ah, so now we're being asked for the 2 1x2 black grills, which makes me really think that the earlier ones might have been the dark blay, which are so common, since there's only 2 of these. So we're just going to make that swap really quickly, and we'll check the total numbers at the end of the stream. So here's 1 on the side of the truck. Here's 2. 3 and 4. Now, if we just don't need any other grills, we're going to be in fantastic shape. Back to looking for our cheese slopes. This goes here. Oh, there's another black grill, actually, so maybe I've got everything wrong. There's another gray. All right, we're going to start collecting the grills down here just to see what else turns up over time as we continue to sift. A lot of cheese slopes, but not any in clear. Not any more in clear that I can see yet. And like, you know, that piece could have dropped. It could have, lots of things could have happened. We'll definitely have some in our greater part storage. Actually, we'll have some in our lesser part storage, as long as we need. Yep, so we just stole that piece. Stole that from something else. Here's our license plate, so we're going to need another 1x4. This set is already stickered. Stickered. It's already had stickers apply. Another 1x4 D-blade tile. There it is. I actually really think this is all black, which means we might be missing quite a lot of... There's another black grill. Okay, so I think we're still... I think they're black, and I think we're still going to be missing another 2 black grills. We've now found 4. Just going to keep setting all of these to the side, make it as easy as possible down the road. There's another blay one. There's another black one, so now we're down to missing only 1 black one. See, this stuff turns up over time, even if you think it's impossible. But unless you have a reason to think like, oh, like maybe I bought the set on eBay and it was listed as 99%, then you have to be paranoid the whole time. But otherwise, there's really almost no reason to worry. Like, your parts will probably show up eventually. Saying this, his parts were never seen again. And then again, so why are we building this random old set? The reason is right here. We are preparing it to be used in a mega build that we were working on last Sunday. And why are we doing it right now instead of working on the Stranger Things or the upper couple of builds around that? Because we need the space. Because we need the space. So now, for the first time, we are missing a brick. Nope, there it is. Again, you gotta trust the process. Trust the sifting. Because if you start doubting, you'll never stop. This 1x4 dark clear brick. Kind of an unusual brick, actually, that we're looking for right now. There it is. And now we're going to use all of these transparent parts that we've been setting aside. So there's one here. Is cat coming back? Nope, no cat. One here. Here's a littler one. Or almost all of them. We need another littler one. Cat time? No cat time. She literally just went, "What's wrong with you?" I don't want anything to do with that. There we go. These are going to be slots for the headlights, actually. And here's our last black 1x2 grill tile. So we ended up finding all of them, unsurprisingly. Trust the sifting. Actually a little chilly, so let's just pull this over. Which might also encourage cat time later. They love a heater. Ugh. Time to use some of those other cheese slopes that we've been setting aside. So there's an orange one. Here's a dark gray. We need another dark gray, and we need another orange transparent, which we will likely find. I sense a creature. I sense a present I have not felt since. Dramatically exits without finishing sentence. Now we need a light bluish gray grill tile. Seems like grill tiles are just about the one thing we keep looking for in this build, which is okay. The sifting is not that bad yet. It's going to be a lot more intense when we get to Stranger Things. Okay, we're going to forget about that light bluish gray grill tile for right now. And I think we're putting some pins. Yeah, putting some wands in here. Here's one. Very tight connection, actually, on those. Here's the other one. We're just going to set this aside for right now because, again, we know... Well, I guess I can put it in sideways, like a... confusingly, until that other grill tile shows up again. Possibly making the roof here. So again, we've opened the equivalent of like 7-ish bags of Lego all at once, which of course makes this a little more tricky than it would otherwise have to be. But that's what happens when you rebuild. So your only choices are to try to sort everything out, taking some more time. Got a sticker there. Or just kind of, accept the challenge. This matters a lot less when you're free building, but we're not doing a lot of that at the moment. Just one of these with a slider. There's the other one. And that is the roof of the truck here, which is nice and easily removable. It's not my favorite truck roof that I've seen, but I guess it gets the job done. Yeah, I don't love this how it comes up with that brick when you try to pull it up. You can go ahead and put our fellow in there. So the ways that I store vehicles are pretty interesting. So speeders, such as 2 Sundays ago, we looked at Mos Eisley Cantina, and it came with 2 Star Wars speeders. Speeders I store without their drivers usually, because the idea is, I guess, anybody could come up and, take that speeder bike or speeder for a spin. And then most Lego cars, so like Lego City cars... Actually, do I do... Now I'm actually struggling to remember if I tend to store those speeders without their minifigures. I definitely store them separate from the rest of the Star Wars stuff. Like, you can populate the city. You can, like, take all the vehicles off the city and populate it with just speeders if you want to. Just can't, at the moment, remember. Maybe I do actually have them with their people, so... Maybe I'll try to figure out who ends up stealing Greedo's speeder from that build we were doing the other day after poor Greedo gets fried. Now I'm second-guessing myself big time. What am I looking for? A mirror? Okay, so 1x2 with a extension, 1x2 black plate with extension, and a 1x2 double cheese slope, which both will ping the other. So there's the double cheese slope. Where's the black plate with extension? Starting to get to the point where, like, everything's pretty reasonably spread out, so it shouldn't actually be that hard to find most pieces anymore. But some of them remain elusive. Like I said, I did not... There it is. Oh, what was I saying? So speeders are stored separate from Star Wars ships, because you can just put them in the city whenever you want and enjoy playing with them. Cars are stored with their driver. Trucks are stored with their driver. Everybody's stored with their driver so that you can just... Yeah. Everybody's basically stored with their driver. But Star Wars ships, yeah, so this is the one exception, is Star Wars ships are stored without their drivers. So anybody can, pick up like an X-Wing or a TIE Fighter or whatever. Especially since they would go in sort of the, not on the roads, like a speeder bike or a car. They'd go... Time to put the wheels on this bus. they would go, you know, in the spaceport, which is actually a big project that we're going to build at some point is the spaceport. A little bit different. It's a little bit different. And then construction vehicles are stored separately from everything else so that basically you can have a construction project. Now, most of my construction vehicles, LEGO tends to have traditionally made those in mostly a yellow color. They've been adding sort of an orangey overtones recently. Like if we pull up this from the Monkey Kid set, this orangey piece, they've been using that too. But still, like overall, it's a pretty consistent color scheme. So something I'm going to have to ask with this mine set is like, is this truck... Like, it's even branded with, like, sort of mining stuff. So I might actually store this mining truck pretty separately from the rest of my construction equipment. Whereas we built a giant, like, mining excavator from the other big mine set. In the other big mine set, I didn't actually get the parts to the mine. They're very expensive. It's a long story. All right, we're on to bag 2. But basically, this green thing, I have to decide where it's going. Is it going... I don't think I need to categorize it as, like, construction stuff. I think I'm just going to categorize it as mining equipment. Maybe I'll have a little baggie only of mining equipment somewhere, like, eventually, I guess. But even if you look at the LEGO mining theme from 2012 or the repeat in 2016, most of the vehicles had the yellowish construction. Like, again, if we flip over to what we're actually building here, we look at the images, like you see the yellow all over this image. So it's kind of weird that this one green truck is green. And I mean, I guess I could have like swapped. None of these green parts are particularly uncommon on their own. So like I could have swapped them out for yellow parts over time, but yeah, not entirely sure. That might be something to consider in the future. All right, we need one more axle holder here. Wheel connector. There it is. We're making the flatbed now. But these are nice problems to have. Oh, which set of cars am I going to store this truck with? Oh no. Now I'll tell you where we can't store it is in the mine in the mountain. I don't think we're going to have the space to create a little parking garage. And here's the clear cheese slope we were missing earlier, so we'll just put that back in the extra pieces. So right now the only thing we're missing is the 1x2 belay grill tile. Bunch of dots, bunch of backup dots. And a license plate on a 1x2 black sticker. Fun fact, the license plates are usually the set number, which would be, 4204. So again, when we find this other back license plate on the black 1x2 tile, it's probably also going to be the 4204. And the letters are usually the designer's initials. So in this case, TS, which we can go verify if we go over here to Brick Set. And the designer of this set was... looks like this set might not have been... Its designer did not claim it. But presumably their initials are TS. Actually, probably Bricklink could identify pretty easily who that was if they were to try. Were they not proud of their own creation? And yet they would willingly sell it to others. I mean, I think this is a pretty reasonable set so far. A lot of play value. There's our license plate. It was actually on a different color tile than the picture made it look like. Some of these old instructions, the saturation is very strange. Very strange. And I'm going to move the heater again. It's nice to be warm, but it also makes it dry, of course. It's only 66 Fahrenheit in here, which is like just astonishing for mid-April. Is that where we're in already? Mid-April? Yeah, wow. So again, this is actually super awesome that we're getting all these truck parts out of the way. because it's becoming so easy to sift now. Oh yeah, I mean, I turned that off and I immediately start getting chilly. The last thing I'm going to do is put more layers on. Who would want such a thing? Building a little mechanism here, probably to make sure this flatbed can actually tip and empty its contents. So here's our next question is, what exactly is this thing that we're building? So it's obviously a flatbed. We know that we're going to put a bunch of 1x1 round bricks in there. So the question is, I guess they're like... So the big question is, are these the ore? I don't think they're the ore, because we're gold mining and we have these crystals of gold here, which are not very effective. I like the crystals that were used in the mining line reboot actually quite a lot more than I like these. But either way, so that makes us imply is not the word I'm looking for. We can infer from this that the rest of these pieces must be the debris, the mining debris. So again, if we go back to our riddle of where in the city infrastructure framework do we assume that this set is going to go, then we can basically come up with, well, I guess debris needs to go to, like, a landfill or something like that. I'm like, am I literally going to freeze if I don't turn that heater back on? It's such a silly question to be asking in the middle of April, but oh well. Maybe I'll just cave and get an extra layer. That should do it. So maybe it's a landfill truck. Or like, I see that it's got this mining logo on it, so I'd have to kind of look into what is done in the mining practice. Like, what happens to debris that is mined up? Especially like in later mining sets, we have the mining crusher, so you send the whole stream of debris through there, and it separates the valuable stuff from the not valuable stuff. I need, like, ChatGPT to tell me. Copilot, what is done with mining debris? I assume it doesn't go to a landfill because it's not trash. It's just natural material. Maybe it gets pulverized up into make, make like concrete or asphalt or something. Now we can see we're going to start building out the truck bed here. Not a super, super wide truck bed. What is this, a 4x8? There it is. 4x10, I think. Add the rest of these. Put some internal cover on this thing. Oh, this doesn't go inside, it goes outside. 1, 2. They want us to cover these up too. I guess this is all helping the bed be a little more sturdy, although it still kind of feels like it's not totally flimsy, but I feel like if I just pinched it, if I just pinched it hard enough, it would all just fly apart. Okay, now this is actually kind of neat. So here we have a tipping mechanism with this thing. Closes, and then it also opens like so. So of course they'll have us go to the other side, close it up like this. Then we'll build the outer trimmings of the other side. there's our... Well, hold on. Put these back on. There's our truck bed. This thing saw some wear and tear. But that can rub off or can clean off pretty easily. Not super worried about it. I guess I'll set this truck bed aside for another wash in a little bit here, which is fine. And this is how it would attach. It's down here. I think it's like so. Yeah. So you can raise it, and then you can tip it, which is a pretty reasonable play feature. Pretty reasonable. All right, so now we're going to keep on building. Oh, I've never attached this particular combination of pieces together before. I didn't stop to think that could actually be done. But look at that. Next question, why is it being done? I guess, oh, you know what? I think these are stabilizers of some kind. 4 more small wheels. Again, we have to ask the question of, but where are those big wheels going? Which we'll find out soon enough. 1 more small wheel and 1 more tire, and then the wheel that goes with it. Big wheel, big wheel, big wheel, big wheel, and small wheel. Suspiciously, there it is. Yeah, stabilizers. So we can put these down to stop the thing from going anywhere in particular. Okay, and now we're going to fill it with the debris. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Super easy to sift through at this point. 11, 12 of this sandy debris. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of this rocky debris. And, oh, the cat thought that was food sounds. 1, 2, oh, actually it was food sounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're looking for cylinders. So we need 3 more dirt debris. 10, 2 more dirt debris. 11, 1 more dirt debris. There it is. Using our traditional Minecraft colors, we have sand, dirt, and stone. And that gives us a completed truck, which is 1 build down. Great. So we'll set this just off to the side. Actually, we'll set it up here. It's well done. Great. So back we go. So let's go find some more instructions. So ideally, we want to find the instructions that contain this little car or maybe that train, since all of that is stuff that we can build without sort of getting into our space profile. So let's see what we've got. What is bag number 2? Bag number 2 is a little car. Let's do it. Okay, we have another mining friend here. Put him in the truck bed for now. Maybe he's taking a little mining nap. Actually, this thing is going to be a little longer than it looks, isn't it? This little... So this is a... It's like a boring machine. Not as in it puts you to sleep, but as in it goes through the mountain. Drills right through. I think this is right. 1x6. I know I'm going to need that. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, and there's my 6. And at this point, it doesn't even feel like we're sifting anymore. Like we've used up enough of the pieces already that kind of just feels like we're building the set all at once. Nope, that's not right. It's like this. Which is fine by us. Makes it a lot easier. And that's where the advantage comes in of doing some very, very light part sorting. Now, this boring machine has a sidecar, as I remember, that like the miner can actually use to look out at where he's going, what he's doing. And the reboot version also includes sort of a boring machine that has, I think, the sidecar is covered. And as I recall, I think in one of my Bricklink orders that we haven't gotten to yet, I actually ordered... Oh, dynamite. I actually ordered some pieces to cover off the sidecar on this one using the building techniques they adapted in the reboot version, which is a fun project that we'll do eventually. So I'll remember to set this mining car aside rather than taking it back. Well, that doesn't actually fit the way they say. Oh, here. So we pull this up. Go like that. So yeah, you can see right here this sidecar. Meaning the total profile of this machine is 8 wide rather than 6 wide. Which is still pretty narrow considering what it actually is. A tunneler. More dirty pieces that just kind of rub right off. So we have so few pieces left that when we actually get to the mine, we can see we're going to be using a lot of these big, ugly rock pieces that are over there still. So the one problem with that is it is going to cut down on our ability to carefully modify the mountain and make sure it fits into that space profile that we were imagining. But I think that we'll be able to be okay here still. That's why we set out what we're doing sort of ahead of time. So now we're making a Technic piece, a little bit of play feature, which almost certainly is going to be used for... How long do we want? Not that long. For turning this boring machine, making it do a drill type of action. So we're just getting started building that. Now here's the long one that's going to run through the entire shaft of the machine, and that is why the driver is offset in the little sidecar to the side, because we don't want to spear right through him as we're making this. Speaking of which, now seems like a reasonably good time to put this guy in there, get him ready to do his job. These miners might find themselves in a bit of a pickle if they disturb the hideout of the Mandalorians with their drilling. And that is the kind of storytelling you can do across LEGO themes. Not yet. This in the back. Here's our gear, small bionicle gear. We'll want to make another one of those. There's a license plate. So we have another set of initials, HB2846. Possibly another designer there. Which is not uncommon for multiple designers to collaborate on a set. Actually, there's, I think, almost always at least two. Starting to close off that internal gear shaft. Just drop that antenna somewhere behind us. Here's our mining hazard sign once again. Need that, a red cylinder, an orange cap, I guess kind of like representing some steam coming out of the machine or something like that. Bunch of these cheese slopes. One. Suspicious. I've got 2 over here, and I need 3 more. I'm thinking that these ones that I used up there with the dark gray might have actually been supposed to be... Yeah. So I'm just going to preemptively do that. Ooh, struggling to come off here. 1, 2. Put these on there. Actually, it looks a bit more cohesive anyway. Three, 4. Hey, it's our long-lost Blay grill tile, which means we are currently missing 0 pieces for this set, which is always great. Ugh, having trouble snapping this in. There, 1, 2. Missing 0 pieces. Always nice. Clear panel. We've seen that a couple times. There it is. Still want to make sure we're not covering up anything we're not supposed to be. One of these. One of those. Another coffee cup. Nobody can mine on an empty stomach. And now we're ready to use these big wheels underneath this machine. 1, 2, 3, and 4. These wheels can go on either way, so we're going to put them on as instructed, covering up those wheel details that would look more like a nice commercial tire rather than an industrial one. And now it's time to make our boring machine. So we're going to carefully line this up as stated. 1. 2. And attach the drill. And there it goes. A simple play feature, but a fun one. Now, what I might have liked to see was something where turning the wheels runs something along the bottom of this that would actually turn the drilling machine, but I suppose this works too, so you can slowly advance the thing. Actually, I guess in an actual boring machine, oh, they say we should be spinning it this way, not the other way, which makes no sense to me. I guess in an actual boring machine, you would sometimes be stationary while you were drilling. So we'll set that up there. We'll quickly look at our nice little diorama they have of Lego City from back then. Lots of nice little city that they've constructed. They didn't construct the water from bricks, but I think we might have that camper van. They built a brick-built hill, some animals, cow, some warehouses, some city in the background. And then down here we have this sort of mining scene. So again, we can see all these yellow construction vehicles, and then randomly this one green dump truck. I really don't know why this thing is green. We just don't know. Okay, so now we're getting close here. We want to make sure the next thing we build is the train car, not any parts of the mine. So that's parts of the mine all the way to the end. And bag 4, it should be more mine and some train car. So 5, okay, more the rest of the mine. 6 is the train tracks and the train car. And then 7 is the crane. So we're going to go ahead and build 6 and then 7. This little mining shack. Where does that mining shack go? Is it attached? It's like a side building. It's like the miner's little rest and recovery hut. So we're going to build bag 6 here real quick. We're going to go ahead and build this train and get those train parts out of the way. Then we're going to move this mine placement up, and we're going to start doing something interesting here. Here it is. I always love tracks like this, using these tracks to move the trolley, is that the right word? The streetcar in my medieval section. And we're actually going to have a session where we sit down and just build a bunch of trolley tracks at some point. So we can already see we're going to want to change the orientation of the way they've got that mining building up there, because we're going to need the tracks coming out just differently, which is fun. Those start to be pretty fun challenges. So we'll set this aside, but let's quickly build this train car. This is a little more zoomed out than I would like right now. The instructions are suddenly vertical, which again, old instructions, interesting scans. All right, we got the temperature up here in here up to 69 Fahrenheit, which is kind of nice. We're going to use our last license plate in a moment. Like so. Two cheese slopes that are not cheese. The forbidden cheese. This is really kind of almost a very vehicle-heavy set with at least with 3 vehicles, plus like a moving crane, I think, that we saw we're going to build in the next bag. It's kind of a lot. Four vehicles, 4 minifigures, and then just a little bit of mountain constructed from burp pieces. But we look at that and we see those components and we see something more. We see the base of the mountain. These tiles 1x2 placed with ladders on the side, always useful and versatile. I mean, again, it's starting to feel like I barely even have any pieces left to work with here. So now I'm actually condensing them. There we go. The last of our grill tiles. Now we have our headlights. 1 clear dot. We need another clear dot. It's not this one. It's not this one. Which means that actually might be a piece that we set aside. There it is. Nope, yeah, that's on a helmet, so that won't help us. There it is. Now, inexplicably, we're actually going to put windows in this little train car. I feel like this is something like, oh, it's because it's facing forward rather than facing to the side. Okay, so we'll fill those out. Black 1x2 with jumper. Binoculars. Trans-orange cheese slopes. 1. 2. And then these little interesting train wheels that have the ability to move on the tracks we've kind of started making. I think this piece was first seen in Gringotts Bank, a Harry Potter set from the year 2000 or maybe 2001. Not a set that I have or am trying to pick up, but it is always interesting to see how things get repurposed over the years. I mean, actually, it's not really even a repurpose. It's kind of the same original purpose. Rolling down a minecart. Rolling a minecart down some mine tracks. Which presumably means we're going to be adding more of those in a little bit. Dropped this. Cat has given up on us and on the heat, probably looking out the window. Presumably this is going to be another minecart which is carrying debris out of the depths of the mine, the depths of the mountain. Yeah. And that kind of comes together pretty nicely. This almost feels like a little... Like, this is a very distinctive kind of, like, mine car shape. Like, I almost feel you could see something like this on, like a Disney... Like, if Disney had, like, a mining ride or something. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've seen this... Or, you know... Oh, the other place you might see something like this would be, like, if you're ever at, like, a mall... And they have like a little train, maybe self-automated, or maybe it has a friendly conductor that can like take children around in like a small loop track, the train would look a lot like this, just a little rail train. Okay, so now, okay, this guy is for carrying big boulders. So we're going to take a big empty boulder here. There's one. And we have another one, but they're saying you don't need to do anything with it yet. So we'll just put it in with the debris right now. And then we're going to make these stands that kind of tell people to keep out of the mine or keep away from the rail tracks. We're going to make just one of them. I feel like you might need more than one of these to keep people properly away, but sure, whatever works. And then on to bag 7. So I don't know that I want to start this cabin. Actually, it looks pretty straightforward. So I'm just going to set these two here. And we might move them later. So the cat's not around. I might regret this, but I'll set that right there for a second. Yeah, we'll make the miner's cabin really quickly. Again, it's kind of hard to see all this when it's really zoomed out like that, but... Okay, so they're just sitting happily on some gold bars. 1, 2. Apparently 2012 was before the ingot piece that I think was maybe introduced for Minecraft and then became very popular. But these are a nice flat gold color, which is pretty aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, this little shack is not going to be super hard to pull together. Now, why it has jail windows, I don't know. Now, I think this is being built on and connected onto the mountain over there, which is fine. That's sensible. Probably some kind of door here. Yep. Possibly a brick-built door. This up here for the roof. Making this thing reasonably sturdy. I missed a piece somewhere. And again, this is because it's starting to be built right onto the mountain, which we'll deal with that in a little bit. Here is probably our brick-built door. Actually, this looks like a Fallout vault kind of door. Look at this. Not there. Maybe there. Unclear. Definitely a vault door. Ah, it is, yeah. Just a couple of little pieces here, but with the addition of that steering wheel, definitely looks like something you'd have to work pretty hard at. Okay, and now we're going to make the crane. We'll set this aside. We're definitely coming back to that guard shack, or whatever it is, rest shack. I think it's a guard shack since it's got money and a walkie-talkie in there. Well, let's go ahead and quickly make this crane. And then we'll have the minimum number of pieces left laying over when we get to building into the mountain. We could also actually just scoop the mountain aside, get going with Stranger Things, and then kind of come back to it when we're ready to actually work on the mountain build altogether, which might be part of the way to go. Don't exactly love what's happening here, where I'm having to kind of skip around the instructions a bit. But it is good that we got this far. So we got all these vehicles out of the way, meaning, again, it's just going to be that much easier. Yeah, I think we're actually going to skip building into the mountain. We did really good work here, but that's more for like the mountain stream. So if we're really successful with Stranger Things and the other two sets that we were going to do like that don't have any follow-up components, this might be something that we go back to. But it really deserves its own dedicated stream, because once we place down the mine, then we're going to have those other couple of sets to really just flesh it out and make sure that everything can stand really sturdily. But in the meantime, we have succeeded in making all of these super cool mining vehicles today. 3 different things, and we're going to finish one more. Ooh, we're missing a tile. Nope, there it is. So now we're going to make this crane. To watch the orientation here. Very, very few pieces left to mess with here, which means we're going to have a really great time when we lay everything out again. And get going. Now, if this one's going to be covered, then I think the other one should probably have the sticker. It doesn't matter that much, but another nice little mining sticker that ties it together with the other vehicles we've made so far, so I don't really want to cover it up if I don't have to. Close that up. Put this here. Oh, attached that wrong, actually. Actually not quite sure what we're doing here, which is neat. I always like not having 100% certainty of where the build is going or what the build is doing at that exact moment. Classic hinge door is very common when making cranes. So put that on there. This on the bottom, which will let the crane spin around on our turntable here. And then we'll add just a few details to the top. Another headlamp, headlight, floodlight is the word I'm looking for, which I just put on the wrong piece. Ugh. Probably good to have a floodlight on a crane that you're operating on top of a mountain. So there's the base of the crane, and I think it has a boom. Yep, it's called a boom that we're going to make here. This boom piece has been around for quite a while. Quite a while. And now we're going to take this thing that we were threading through. Yeah, this is what I was going to say. I think I saw this sticker on the redo of this theme, the other mining crusher that we made later, which is kind of interesting that it's been in use that long. And when you put this on, it actually kind of locks the string in place, meaning you can pretty easily do all of this. Lowering, extending, extending, lowering. Can I snap that through there? I think that's as far as it's going to go. Well, actually, we'll try it. Nope. But it gets its job done. So we want to find something that'll let us thread this through really easily, which is going to be this. And that's why these pieces didn't come pre-attached. Actually, we got to skip the worst part, which is winding the string around the winch. Just a little bit of Technic construction here. We always love to see Technic, because Technic means play features. And play features keep things fun. So we'll put this into the boom and thread the needle through this hole down here. Meaning we need a little bit more give. It's kind of interesting to thread it through here. Okay. Now this part always kind of sucks. So we're going to get maximum extension here. And now that we're threaded through, we are going to tie a knot here. The unfortunate part of that is it usually means that we're going to wind up with some wasted string unless I'm really, really careful. And I was not quite careful enough to prevent all wasted string. And then, just to be sure, we'll go ahead and double knot this, because you never want these things to come apart. I mean, unless you're, like, stripping the set for parts, which I am rarely doing. I would rather just sell the set back and buy whatever parts I need. As we can see, I'm very proficient at working with string, he said, not at all ironically. There we go. And then we double knot that. Double square knot. And now this thing can... Now again, I do wish there was something to feed this a little easier through this thread. I mean, it kind of works if everything's alive. So here we go. Goes up, goes down. This claw can chomp. We've seen all of these pieces in other builds relatively recently. Now we can put that on the side here. So it's at an automatic angle. This isn't actually something you can rotate. And that would finish the set if we hadn't totally skipped the mountain in the middle. But that's okay, because we're doing pretty well here. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are not quite going to get to... I mean, there's so few pieces left. It'll be a really fun experience to go through this and actually set this up as the side of the mountain cave. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all these pieces. We're going to set them aside for some other build or the very end of today. And we're going to set up more of what was originally planned for today, which in this case is going to be Stranger Things. But first we're going to warm up with a nice build where we can just go through the bags one by one, which will be this Camping Adventures. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, we're back. And now we're slightly even more back. There we go. Okay, so this part of the stream, honestly, this should be super easy compared to what we've been doing. So anytime that you're sifting through a bunch of Lego pieces trying to find specific parts, that's pretty tough, actually. But this is going to be super easy, because all we're going to do is we're just going to open this Bricklink designer program set up with a camper van, a little tree in the forest. It's actually really not a very big set. It's a kind of pretty different. This is like just a camper van trailer, which is I think what makes it unique. Because Lego has done quite a few camper vans. In fact, I think in the Amazon order that I just picked up from the door, I think I've got another camper van in there from 2025. And then I know I have some from earlier. We pointed out one that was pretty old. But I don't know that I have any camper trailers, especially not at minifigure scale. I think maybe I have one or two. Or I think maybe one or two have been released that are Lego Friends, but not that. So this is a limited production set, only 30,000 copies, which is actually not that many, all things considered. So that means we are going to keep the box, but there's no instructions here. Which is the one kind of annoying thing about Bricklink Designer Program. So let's set aside the mine for a second. And we will search 910041 Camping Adventure. Find the instructions. Small little set. So 730 pieces, 8 bags. We expect this to take less than an hour and 20 minutes. We might even try to rush this and see if I can do it by the top of the hour at 3 Eastern. So why not? So Lego produces the instructions for this kind of set on their proprietary app. Their little... Ooh, not having much luck finding this. I would really love to not have to open up the app. Oh, that's so annoying. That's super annoying. Hopefully somebody has scanned this. This only just came out not very long ago. No files found on Rebrickable. Let's try this. Does no one have the instructions to this? Am I going to have to pull up the app here? So I actually really... So you can see, like, just like I don't... that sucks. Fine. Fine. I admit defeat. Super duper annoying. Eventually, the instructions for this Bricklink set will be available in all those traditional places we were trying to look. But right now, it's such a recent release. In fact, I think it only just came out with the last batch of Bricklink Designer Program sets that were shipped, which was certainly this year, maybe the beginning of February, maybe a little later. So because it's so recent, it seems that nobody actually has its instructions loaded into a database online yet, including Lego.com, which is just something that we're going to have to deal with. So instead of using my traditional setup here, we're just gonna build this thing. So we'll have to do it kind of like this. I find using this unpleasant. I mean, it's not that bad. Oh, these are also super small bags. Very, very small bags. Another brick separator. All right, here's our challenge. We're going to do 630 pieces in 50 minutes. So we're going to go super fast here, get off this, and we literally the first piece that we placed down, we made a mistake, so that's exciting. Definitely costing us precious seconds there in the challenge. But my goal is to get off of the screen here as quick as possible. The last small Bricklink Designer Program set that I made was the Beachside Snack Shack. Say that 5 times fast. And I actually found that that was a pretty nice experience. Let me check that we're still looking good on everything. That's live. That's looking live too. Beachside Snack Shack. Yep. And I found that to be a pretty cool build. All of these Bricklink Designer Program sets, they're not quite as rigorously designed as... Am I literally missing a piece already? What the heck? I've literally opened one bag so far. How's that even possible? I'm foolish. There it is. Always check the bags again. They're not quite as rigorously designed as some of the other sets, but they do tend to cover little topics that really kind of might appeal to adults or might not be as interesting. And so LEGO wouldn't necessarily be as likely to make that topic in a traditional set. So like the Beachside Snack Shack with some seagulls trying to eat the food, or this little camping adventures, like having a camper van without a trailer. Like if LEGO made this set, they wouldn't be able to make it like this. They'd like for sure have to add like some kind of little car to be carrying that camper van. Otherwise people would be like, why is my set incomplete? Because they don't understand sort of what's the purpose of the set. But here they can play around, they can experiment with some kind of different, kind of interesting concepts. So we're moving away from the mountain. We are into... This is something that's going to go in sort of my forest scene. So once again, the forest is ungridded, so I don't have to worry about... I actually am kind of tempted to do it anyway. I don't really have to worry about... Oh no. I do think I'm going to do it. I don't want a bunch of parts to be rounded. Well, you know what? When I can... It's fine. I'll do it later. I'll do it some other time. So I don't have to worry about fitting everything onto a grid. My 16 by 32 grid that I use for the city. I just get to kind of enjoy building things in sort of the normal way that you would expect. Oh, it's really bothering me, though. Should I fix it? Should I fix it? I'm not going to fix it right now. And what's bothering me is I tend to take these exterior curved pieces and I tend to flip them around so it's an exterior square, which even though the forest isn't a strict grid, I still want to set other things beside it. And that's easier when you don't have all these curves running into each other. But that is maybe a problem for some future day when I'm actually laying everything in the forest out together, which is not what I'm really doing right now. so I don't know that I want to worry about it at this moment exactly. Especially for a cute little diorama scene like this one, which again, like the beachside snack shack, it's just a nice little scene. And we're already through bag 1, even though I was second guessing and doubting and moving a bunch of pieces around. Nice small bags. We're going to finish this by the top of the hour when we get to Stranger Things. Looks like we're making even some more forest undergrowth here. This is all kind of killing me, all these extra curves. But if you actually look at the what they're doing here is very, very nice. It's all very well smoothed over. And yet there's this natural transition between sort of the dark sandy color, the light sandy color. Which again, this kind of detailing, this kind of tiling is not something LEGO is always able to do in a set produced for regular retail. Because it ups the part count really dramatically compared to, say, the mine that we were just working on. And I imagine the sales return is not necessarily super convincing. Oh, this has a slightly bigger space profile than I kind of imagined just from trying to guess from the box. But and again, it's tessellating really well. So we have dark sand, light sand, mossy undergrowth. Which all of this would probably just be one layer, one giant like 16 by 16 base plate if we were doing a set produced for retail normally. This looks like with this bag here, we're going to finish off the undergrowth connection. A lot of little extra pieces here, but nothing particularly concerning. One of the other things I do like about little sets like this is I love that my forest has so many different trees. And this is just yet another tree that I'm going to be able to kind of set in with it. Ooh, a lot of little parts here. So now I'm going to set my base down and we're doing some detailing. And when we do things like this, I tend to try to actually pay pretty close attention to what's being asked for, because otherwise you can lose it pretty easily. Now we've got like some cobblestone down here, inexplicably. Possibly some water as well, little water leak. I wonder if this might be like the little bit of exhaust or something dripping down from the camper van. Okay, this looks like it's going to be some little seats. Yep. Now we're going to rotate and do a little bit more detailing. This was such an different, an unusual submission for the designer program, which is probably one of the reasons why it was accepted. Like this idea of just doing this mossy undergrowth, this little forest, and all this detailing around it to up the part count a bit is very different than what you typically... Oh, that's not going to sit there, which means I'm off by one. Is very different. You usually with Bricklink designer program mostly see a lot of castles. Maybe it's over by 2. I'm not quite sure how that could be. Oh, like so. Yep. Castles, Old West, Wild West, Pirates, basically the traditional, really popular LEGO themes, and you find these builds that people were like, well, I think it'd be cool if we had a, I don't know, so like LEGO made the medieval blacksmith set that was a really well-received set, and then like the designer program submission will be like, oh, here's the medieval glassblower's house. Oh, here's the medieval stables. Oh, here's the medieval inn and tavern. And like, they're all like variations on the same sort of theme, which is not to say they're not creative. All of them are much nicer than anything I could make myself. Like, no question about that. But, or maybe not. Just depends on how much time I allocated. We were talking on stream on Wednesday about the idea that I don't really do a lot of like mock making, my own creation making, so much as I like to just have a different vision for like what is already present in the set to a degree. Like I see, well, I mean, I'm basically going to make no modifications whatsoever to this unless I round out all these corners, but there's so many of them. Plus we have the slopes. It's actually kind of hard to keep track of where everything is here. There. And there. A lot of details. Not entirely sure this much detail is truly necessary here, but it's kind of nice. Move that down one more. So actually that goes here. Which means this must be here. The acorn piece is nice. Put that over with my printed pieces. And now we're going to start building the stump of this tree, which is pretty neat. It looks like this is going to be a sideways construction. Every tree seems to be built a little differently, that's for sure. Yep, stud's not on top. And it goes in there. Pretty much fits right in. Which also means this tree is going to be removed. Oh, a squirrel! Love finding a squirrel. This is a lot of... This should not be an extra part. I think that's going to go over there. Everything else is an extra part. I think I probably have one extra printed wood. Yeah, I'll put that with the printed pieces. And move all this to the side. Again, this is such a small little set that our odds of finishing this in the time frame that we set is pretty high. Reasonably high. Looks like we're getting both of our minifigures in the middle of the bags here. Bag 4. Get both of our campers. These little undergrowth bushes here. 3 of them, using the twig to kind of secure them onto the plate that they came from, which is actually kind of clever. It's kind of nice. Put the wheels on the bike. Comes with a hand basket. Convenient for groceries. A little light on the front of it. And we're going to park that bike. Looks like about up here. Make a little chair. Oh, this looks like a, this is actually a neat design. Looks like it's going to be a folding camp chair, the kind that you would fold up and sort of store. Very intricate construction, to be sure. Non-traditional, but intricate. Now it looks like we might be doing a campfire, some campfire embers. And this set, this layout is so like meticulously managed that everything goes like in exactly one spot. It's not very modular. You can't really move it around. Oh, this is well made. All right, let's do it carefully. Yeah, this is a simple way to do crossed logs, but it actually looks pretty effective. Again, using our wood caps there. Put those on. And put this down with little sparks flying around it. Yeah, it's effective. It's simple. Simple but effective campfire. Oh, now it's a roaring campfire. That's definitely a warm one. Doesn't look like it has quite enough wood to be that roaring, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Got our bearded, bespectacled camper here, with a nice, I forget the word that you call that. I don't like them. There's one guy. Looks like he's ready to chop up some wood for the family. And there. And then, oh, this is a daughter, not a wife or a friend. And she looks like she's in sort of almost like forest ranger gear. So I guess this is a Girl Scout. And honestly, a pretty effective. This is a pretty good choice of torso. It's pretty clear what this person is up to. And now she is making some marshmallows. So with the fire, this Sirius, I think that she might be in for some burnt blackened marshmallow here. Now we're going to make some more bushes, some decorations. See where we're putting them. Yep. I guess they're kind of like little sunflowers. Make some more bushes. I don't know why they didn't just have us make that construction 6 times, but it looks like this is the dominant species of flora in the area. 4 pieces. Let's see where the rest of these are going. All into, so there are little bushes that have 3 of these coming from the same stems. I don't know what kind of plant that might be supposed to be. Broke that one. It looks all right. It's a nice little detailing. On to bag 5. Again, just absolutely zooming through this set very, very quickly. And now we're going to start making the camper van. So we'll set the primary build aside for a moment. Empty this out. We got this nice patinaed green color. Remember, we were just using this for some of the upper rocks in the mountain last Sunday. And the Monkey Kids team hideout. And here, we just use this piece to attach the wheels on one of the cars, one of the trucks that we just made in the mining piece earlier. So now we're looking at a set made, what? 13 years later, still using some of the same pieces. And that's the thing about these Lego molds, is the molds do get slightly edited from time to time, but broadly speaking, when they find a design that works like this, when they make designs, they stay invested in them. They keep doing it. Colors are retired all the time, but actual molds, actual designs are kept pretty... The overall shape of them is pretty constant because people learn about them, they learn the angles, they learn how they connect, and go, oh yeah, well, I expect to keep using that over time. All right, what are we doing here? We've got some understud connections, like so. There we go. So there's one side of the camper van. Here's the middle. Not a side, an end, it looks like. Yeah. More wheel covers, again, which is just another piece that's been around for a long time that we were using earlier this afternoon. Really love that we ended up not missing any pieces to that mine earlier. That was a big relief when you don't have to keep track of, when by the end of everything you don't really have to keep track of what you need to order, what you need to replace. This is not exceptionally sturdy in its connection. Oh, because I didn't put that down. And now it's sturdy. Okay, we've made a nice bedroll so one person can sleep. I guess the dad probably lets the daughter sleep while he's out chopping some more firewood. I mean, or you could teach the Girl Scout to chop firewood. That might be a useful life skill. Okay, let's make the front of the trailer bed here. This piece is ancient. It's from the 90s at least. I have old Arctic Explorer sets that use it as a connection. Zoom in right through this. So kind of the primary question we have to ask here is we want to be sure that which set we want to move on to next. So when we finish this, we're going to be at about the halfway point of the stream, have about 2.5 hours left. That is probably close to the amount of time it will take to finish Stranger Things, but since we'll have to sift parts, since it's not pre-organized, it's not exactly the amount of time. So we definitely don't probably... That's a lot of... surprising amount. I guess I was supposed to put the wheels on here. Probably don't have the amount of time needed to do Stranger Things and the little robbers hideout, little mountain hideout, which is fine because, again, both of those are not part of a larger project. They're both part of a... they're both just standalone sets. The advantage of being off the grid. But I think of the two, it'd be nicer to make sure that Stranger Things was fully knocked out, since that's more of a project. Whereas the Robbers is such a small set. I think it's even smaller than the... But of course, today is also a day where I can go over a little bit, and I did start a little bit later, so... hard to say. Tell you what, we'll pull up the... when we finish this up, we'll pull up the part count for the Robbers set, see what it's like, and see if we might have time to still just knock both out, which would be pretty awesome. I think it's very, very small. It's a bit of a different style to last week, where we started off with sort of the main event set. But again, that kind of happened because we already had some pieces laying out. So there wasn't that much ability to just ignore them unless we wanted to sweep them up into the bag. But I thought it was preferable to just make sure they just got taken care of so they weren't in the way later. Because that's now 2 Sundays that we've sort of had to start the stream with cleaning up after the last stream. Last week it was cleaning up all the extra Star Wars sets that didn't get finished being built from the old bring from the basement bag. And then this... Oh, that was 2... Yeah, and then this week we started with cleaning up some more of the mountain forest that we had laid out. So it'd be nice to not set up ourselves next Sunday to have to go go back and clean up first. But I actually think that the robbers set is so small that it might actually be okay. So we'll check the parse count. Let's come up with a rule before we check that. So it would be something like, if it is the size of the mountain cave, not the mountain cave, the mine, so that was what, 650, 750? If it's that big, I think it was 750. And we know that would take us an hour and a half. That would take us dangerously close to the end of the stream. It would really mean we wouldn't make much progress at all with Stranger Things. But if it's like 500 pieces or 600 like this is, that might not be so bad. We might be able to we could again whip that out in under an hour, still have an hour and a half left to make some serious progress with Stranger Things, which is also enough progress that we'd probably be willing to just push a little bit longer past the end of the stream and finish it out. So I'd say ideally it's only about 500 pieces. We power through it. We're making a gas gauge on the inside. Looks like there's a little gas stove in this camper van, which is probably dual purpose because it lets you stay warm, but it also, I feel like we should put this on, rest this on something rather than just set it on the ground. Oh, and is this going to be it? Nope. We're just going to set the thing on the ground. Okay, fine. I get an extra detail piece, this gas gauge, which is actually great because that's actually an example of a piece that I use in my parking meters in the city. Here's our grills, so you can put a little pot. They're missing a little saucepan that you can put on this. So I guess this isn't a movable piece of furniture. It's an all-in-one sink, hand wash. Pretty neat little camper van extension here. Like, again, and some no part usages that are totally blowing me away, but I do like how it's very enclosed, it's very covered, without using an obscene amount of pieces, but also looks very cohesive, very tight. I still haven't bothered to put those wheels on yet. But it's nice having the thing not rolling away while I'm trying to build it. So looks like two more bags working on the camper van here, and then we'll go finish up the tree, and that'll be the end of this build. 18 minutes to go, 6 minutes a bag, very, very small bags. It's doable. So we're definitely in it now. Did not drop that. Came close, but did not. These are always neat constructions. It's hard to explain verbally what I've done here, but lining up some side panels like so. Guess we're putting a flower pot now. I don't know why the flower pot's vase is such an unusual spring lime green color, but so that's the back window of the camper van. So now we're going to have some cabinature, some storage cabinets. Here's a cap for our lumberjack, who actually would probably look pretty good in his cap out there. Trucker cap. And a bicycle helmet, in case anybody needs that while they're riding that bike around. So my next question is that bike going to be able to fit on this camper van anywhere? Because I feel like we should have had some kind of extension here to hold it. That would have been nice. We'll see in a second if the designers thought about that and included something like that. Unless the little girl is supposed to Well, again, we don't know what car carried this camper van out into the forest, and maybe that would answer all of our questions. Like maybe the car has a bike attachment on the front, which is not that uncommon actually. We'll never know. Again, all these windows are constructed with this sort of side building technique, which is pretty neat. It's like they've got slats in them, or shutters. Again, dramatically upping the part count, but also when you start to do that, you do make it look a little nicer too. Now we're going to build the side entering door of the camper van, which is actually totally realistic. Okay, I didn't know that this hinge base came in that teal color, or its hinge top. Look at that. Maybe they had to make this for like the Avengers Statue of Liberty that they did a couple years ago or something like that. And again, just the speed that we can just absolutely whiz through a build like this when it's brand new, sorted in its bags, just totally fast. There we go. And that opens up pretty nicely, opens and closes. And here's our front window. Then I think in the next bag, we'll make the roof. Coffee cup. Silver this time. We had red ones in the mining set. Once again, making our sideways windows. We know where it's going by now. Right there. And slotting that onto the camper van, which goes pretty neat. And now it's feeling very sturdy, very cohesive. We are missing one window space back here. I guess that might be what we're about to build. Maybe another shelf with some outside flowers. Not sure yet. Nope, that goes on front. I guess we're just going to close up the window here. Which is fine, it's next to enough. Now we're preparing to lay the roof on top. Put it over here. So this is probably the laundry. Actually, they haven't put those wheels on either. So they just gave them to us before they were actually ready. This? Where did I miss a piece here? Stove we didn't use. Meat cleaver we didn't use. This, these, and the rest of this is probably extra pieces. So either I missed a step, or we're actually going to do it here. Should be able to find out pretty quickly. Oh yeah, it says there's pieces left over from bag 7. This is a very strange. It basically has a note that says you're still using some of the pieces that were in bag 7, so don't put them away yet, which is kind of a weird. I feel like you wouldn't traditionally see something like that. And there they go. And here's the meat cleaver and the frying pan, the saucepan, which is great because I was even saying earlier, like, oh, this set definitely needs like a saucepan to go on that stove that they've included. Put the final tiling on, which will enable the roof to sit in place once we build it. I think I need one more 1x3, and there it is. And now I think we're making some gas pipes or some exhaust pipes even. Do this twice. Oh no, it's an awning. It's an awning where you can sit under the rain, so I guess we're going to make it, which probably explains why we have this nice, blue tiles. Okay, let's make it. And some leaves have gotten caught on the awning as well. This is a nice, like, Bricklink designer program sets, they're made by people who kind of know what they're doing, for sure. So yeah, they have high part counts for what they are, but they just can kind of, they're nice. And sometimes you see techniques pioneered here that are later used in LEGO sets, or sometimes you see these are LEGO bricks from the LEGO company. They are official LEGO sets, but they're very limited run. Sometimes you see techniques that have only been used a couple times in super advanced LEGO sets. Because again, it all comes down to not having to worry about the same market. Like these just aren't, they never appear on LEGO stores. And I'll put that awning on there. Very nice. Click. And it slots right down. Now we finally add the wheels that we built quite some time ago. 2 bags ago, I think. Yeah, bag 5, 3 bags ago. Put them on. And now we'll build the roof proper. Just 2 studs exposed on the roof means we're going to be able to build up like probably an air conditioning unit on top. Yep, that's what it looks like. This is a nice camper van. It's got everything. Fire, water, air, and the potted plants, I guess, mean it's got earth too. Only the master of the 4 nature elements can control it all. It's a nice little rooftop air or car top air conditioner build. I don't mind it. Not super sturdy, but it also doesn't have to be because we're just going to set it on those 2 studs. Like so. Oh, sideways build. No exposed studs. And there's the roof. It's nice. It's a nice little sized... This is a nice build. Like, this is actually a nice build. And it's not really something like I said, that Lego would have built themselves. But it's only 6 wide, which means any Lego car is going to look perfectly reasonable with this. Even this cable car I have that we haven't used yet could reasonably pull this thing 6 wide. Cool. All right, 6 minutes. Let's build this tree and make our way out of here. Oh, they even made it so this thing can actually stand in the middle of the build, which is kind of neat. Very neat. Let's flip that around so we can access our tree. And it looks like we barely even got any tree here, just a bunch of leaves and branches. So that's fine. Bag 9. I feel like we built a rather large amount of Lego trees recently. We built some stuff for the Shire. We built some with Monkey Kid. So we've seen a fair few examples of techniques. And what we're doing here is nothing particularly different. Although I will say, actually, the way that they're starting this off, they're using technique axle holders, which are sort of octagonal shaped. They are octagonal shaped, although you wouldn't notice it unless you look really carefully, compared to pin connectors, which would be round, and would definitely look a little bit more convincing as being used as tree trunks. When I see these octagonal, when I see this, I think telephone pole. And in fact, I have a beautiful blue butterfly. I don't know if this print has been used anywhere else yet. Love seeing the butterflies. Yeah, so I've literally actually used telephone poles in my residential part of the city that look kind of like this. And that design is not my design. It actually comes from Lego for the most part. It was used in the Monkey Kid City of Lanterns set, which I do not have. But again, I saw that design. I was like, oh, zoop, I'm stealing that. Going to use that. Okay, this is going to be... We're not quite going to finish at the top of the hour just because this is clearly going to be a very tedious tree build. Telephone pole tree build. Ow. All right, be a little bit more gentle with it. But that's fine. Eventually it'll end and we'll move on. Obviously, we're in autumn colors here. You can see that. This goes here. So now I'm sure we'll, build up the trunk a little bit more. Give it some anglature, some angling. Yeah, I don't care for this tree. I prefer my trees rounded. As opposed to using this sort of telephone pole design. I'm sure it's going to be lovely. It's going to look pretty nice. It does look pretty nice, but just in terms of the base part choice used, it's not the way that I prefer to do it. It looks too carved. It looks too man-made. Wow, it sure did give them a lot of option to add all these attachment points, though. So it's going to look more full than we often see Lego trees looking. And now we can see that basically the same build technique that we've been using so far to flesh out the tree, they're just going to keep using until we've used up all these pieces. So now we can expect 2 twigs, both of those colors. This one will connect to the roots, or the branches. This one goes over here, connecting these 2 things together. So, like, they're trying to make sure nothing comes off, but again, it's just pretty... a little repetitive. But we're breezing right through it. Oh, we actually broke the pattern a little tiny bit here. This goes here. These connect. Oh, we're definitely breaking the pattern a little bit. Which you probably can't even tell because it's such a minute difference. Actually, I don't think that is an illegal park connection. Yep, there's actually strain on this branch, which is... So this would never be... Again, is it possible I'm making a mistake? Nope, it's an illegal park connection. So this would never be allowed in a retail Lego set. It's ever so slightly warping the branch beneath it. And actually, I don't really have to build it like that if I don't want to use that connection. I can just let it go like this. It's not going to be quite as sturdy, but then I'm not warping my piece over time. So it's a big branch. Now, do you actually see butterflies in the fall? I feel like butterflies are like so associated with spring. Oh my gosh, there's so many branches left. Maybe if you're deep in the forest. And we've already lost a branch here. I was really impressed with this set up until this point, but this tree is not doing it for me. This is like folks that do the Lego botany. All those Lego like plants probably do stuff like this all the time. Now we've got a robin. Where are you going to connect, friend? Here, I guess? That looks kind of nice. Or a cardinal. And now it looks like we're just about at the top of the tree. So we'll build just a few more branches. Line this up correctly, as always. Back to the technique that we used a bunch of times that does not involve the illegal connection. No Lego police showing up today. Not for me. Goes there. Go back to the top here. This goes over here. It's certainly multi-layered. It's certainly got a lot of texture to it. And anybody who's worked a lot with these leaf pieces know they feel, since they're rubbery, they feel very tactile. They're kind of nice to move around and pose, which is another reason not to warp them with an illegal connection. Just starting to whiz through this now. We have another color butterfly. This one I feel I've seen this print before, this neon-ish yellow resting on the flowers. It's a very well-inhabited tree. Continuing to keep knocking off the robin. There we go. Okay. Last branch, and this is going to be the cap of the tree, so it's going to be a big one. Yep. Now here, this is not an illegal park connection, so if they go through there, but they're not, they actually offset it. I don't understand. But we are using all our pieces, so somehow we made it through this tree build without messing up any steps, actually, which is kind of neat. One goes here. One goes here. And one goes right through the middle, which is going to take us right into the pole below it. So just slot that on carefully. And the tree is done. We can put it right here, looking over the campsite. And that is our Bricklink designer program, Camper Adventures. Done. Okay. Let's take another quick... Well, actually, all right. We know what we need to do. We need to look up this Mountain Outlaw Forest Hideout set and see how many pieces it's going to be. So the set number, and meanwhile, I've put this camper site prominently in the middle here. Cat's starting to think about first dinner. Okay, the set number is 4438. The name is Robber's Hideout from 2012, so that's the same year as the mine, which makes sense for why we have the brown bear mold in the same year as the black bear mold. This set looks absolutely tiny, and we have 2 vehicles, so I'm guessing the piece count is going to be 317 pieces. Yeah, so that would probably only take us 30, 40 minutes, even with the fact that we're going to have to sift parts here. So we're going to go ahead and knock this right out. Hopefully the first set of instructions is vehicles. Yes, so this is perfect. So we're going to take our beautiful camping adventures. We're going to set this just to the edge of the stream here so everybody can see this beautiful thing that we've made. Yeah, look at that. Get this out of the way because we don't need that right now. And we're going to take another quick break, and we'll be back, and we're going to start 4438 from 2012, Robber's Hideout. Okay, we're back. And while we were out, we took a look, like we said. We took a look at the Robber's Hideout set, and we saw that it's actually super short with a nice little robber type of car, too. So we're just going to knock this right out. And then, finally, the road shall be clear for the upside down, at least to some degree. Okay, so really quickly, once again, we're back up to instructions in the top right here. Everything looks good. There we go. So we'll go ahead and set our base plates or our plates aside, which is exactly what we did when we were setting up the mine earlier. And here it is, our exclusive Lego Brown Bear. So we now have the Brown Bear and the Black Bear, which feels pretty nice to have collected both of those molds. Lego really has made some pretty interesting animal molds, mammal molds over the years. We saw the mammoth and the saber-tooth last week. That was pretty neat also. They're just around the corner right now. Okay, so just under 400 pieces. Even though we have to sift through, this probably won't take us much more than about 40 minutes here. So now, presumably by the top of the hour, we should be done, ready to go on to Stranger Things. Cops and robbers, let's do it. So first off, got a robber guy here. Like most Lego jailbirds, he looks like he is freshly out of prison. So this one, this poor guy's missing a tooth. Still got his prison uniform under this blazer that he's tried to put on here. And for some inexplicable reason, he is wearing an aviator cap. Let's find his goggles. Should be some dark bluish gray goggles. And if there's not, I will grab some from my supply another time. As is always, there they are. Maybe it's a crash helmet that he's wearing because he gets into a lot of accidents. He's also got a nice gold bar, just like we saw in the gold mine. In fact, maybe this bar was produced in the gold mine. Put him at the edge of our vision here. Oh, got to be able to see ya, friend. We've got two forest police Mounties. I don't know quite what they are. They actually have, okay, they've got the same torso. They've got the same regulation navy blue pants. So there should be one more set of legs around here somewhere. Not this one. There it is. And then this fellow's got a nice determined look and a nice wide-brimmed hat. Definitely looking like a park ranger. And apparently these guys are bear wrangling, so we'll put them over here. Bear's a little curious, but, you know, they're all friends. They've spent a lot of time together. And then this guy, he's got the classic cop sunglasses, aviators, again with a nice wide-brimmed hat, which I don't know if I have this wide-brimmed hat with any other Lego. So we're going to quickly put together our police motorbike here with these wheels. Simple little build. Got a cheese slope for the light one more time. And then a bunch of, are these printed pieces or stickers? That's a printed piece, that's a sticker. So it looks like a mix of both this time around. Oops, don't want to miss anything. Just making it clear that it's police. And we've been seeing Lego cops on these types of this motorcycle chassis since the late 1980s, I think. I've got a number of them from a really old People, Town, City value pack. And we don't know which cop it is that's riding this. When they show it to us there, it is against the grain. But we do need a transparent red cheese slope, and there's the only one. Off it goes. By the way, this kind of connection can actually pull this trailer that we saw earlier. See, take a look at that on my little screen in the bottom left. Now, I don't know that you'd want to be hauling a trailer with a... Go on. Back you go. With a police motorcycle normally. There it goes. But, you know, if you had to in LEGO World, you could. If you wanted to, he could. So let's find out if this robber's little car has the ability to also tug that. I'm guessing probably no, since it's not built into the chassis. Pop quiz. How old were you when you learned that it is pronounced chassis and not chassis? I think I was definitely well into double tens, maybe more. Just quickly putting together this robber's car here. It's got a pretty sweet ride, actually. It looks very, it's one of those car styles that looks kind of like a hearse. In fact, I think that this design was actually originally made for LEGO Monster Fighters, a theme where you had, you know, people hunting down and fighting like Frankenstein and stuff like that. Where is this piece? Never seen that before. Yeah, I think this whole thing was actually originally made for the Monster Fighters coffin car, which is why this whole thing kind of looks a bit like a coffin on wheels. And they just kind of were able to repurpose the design in this set, which is pretty nice. Okay, and then in terms of what is it this piece? I think it must be, huh? Yeah. This is all one together. Let's put that on first, and then we'll put the grill. And already the car has come together pretty effectively. Let's add some more parts in the front that use that dark red. Now this is 2012 dark red, so this color and also the browns that we're looking at here are actually pretty susceptible to cracking and breaking. This is from before they fixed the recipe. So even putting something, actually, I literally heard it. You probably couldn't hear it, but I actually heard both of these crack as I put them on the plate. Now I see the hairline crack running from the bottom to the top. These are unlikely to go anywhere, given the way that they're being used in the set. But it's still, and they're also very common pieces, but it's still good to know that if you're ever working with brown or dark red parts from this era that are not still in production, be careful. Okay, so we have little wheels up front and larger wheels in the back. I'm trying to figure out what do we have this for. I guess we're going to make another vehicle, another cop vehicle in a second here. And that's it. Here's a little car. I have no idea what you'd call this kind of thing, like a roadster maybe. We have our gold-wielding bandit ready to ride in this car. And here's our police car. Okay, now this, if this has one of those connectors at the back, this thing certainly looks big enough to haul a trailer. And I would call this one, I would say this is kind of an ATV style vehicle. Who knows, maybe these cops are going to be buddies with the cop dad character from Stranger Things, who I'm sure we'll be building soon. Hopefully we have higher resolution scans of the Stranger Things. Been working with pretty low resolution. So we have a back like this, which means that is not going to be able to hook on and carry the trailer. But I mean, we could modify it very easily if that was our objective, rather than these just being two random sets that we've stuck together. And once again, for the third time tonight, we have these over wheel pieces, these wheel protectors. And we always like to use these 1x2 inverted slope bricks to lead up to those wheel protectors because they allow the wheel to glide underneath it. Here's those pieces with the stickers, those police announcement stickers. Building out the chassis of this ATV. And now it looks like we're going to need to add more wheel covers in the back, so we know exactly where those big wheels are going to go. And more 1x2 inverted slope bricks. All very, very standard car construction. And no missing pieces on any of the sets so far tonight, which is always going to feel pretty great. So now we're lining up we're finishing up the bed of this vehicle. Go. We need one more 1x1 trans red plate. That seems to be absent at the moment, probably stuck onto the bottom of something else, so maybe it'll turn up in a bit if it doesn't vanish. That one might be a missing piece. Nope, there it is. Trust the process, folks. Trust the process. You start to get a little bit more confident when you have this few pieces, probably like about 200 in front of me instead of like the 800 that we started with the other set. Go. But this is just going super, super smooth. Which tells us this is about the manageable amount of pieces. But I mean, again, the fewer pieces you have in a bag, just the easier and easier it's going to become to work with. Kind of looks like we've got some kind of parts bed in the back of this truck. Maybe a little jail cell or something. Mobile containment unit. Looking for these. Almost missing a step there. And here we go. One more belay double cheese slope, and then a wide. This would probably be where a license plate would go. Yep, so we have JM 4438. Once again, we know that 4438 is the set number. JM is probably the designer initials. Let's check. Did anybody claim this set? Designer. Looks like maybe not. Brickless. Seems nobody to claim this one either. That's okay. Now we've got some of the accessories that the cops are using. So there's our handcuffs. There's our radio, just like in the mine. And then looks like 2 flashlights. Actually, unclear if these are flashlights that they can grab or part of the car here. Floodlights, side lights. Looks like these are the side lights. That's okay. Now we'll start building in upward direction. This set is still early enough that they don't tell you every piece that you're going to grab as you get going, which isn't really a problem if you're paying close attention, but every once in a while it can trip you up. Here's the front hood, and here's the lights on top, showing us if there was any remaining doubt that this is a cop car, you may now dispel it. This dark blue typically used for police and fire, whereas we have light blue used for a lot of the other transparent blue uses. And then we'll just put the wheels on. We call it a day. Nope, so the truck bed is not a mobile jail cell. Nope, once again, we're putting these wheels in that way. It's just a truck bed. Nice ATV here. Ready to be used by whoever. There we go. 3 more vehicles. And that is the first bag. Let's see if they showed us anything interesting in the scene. Some fire stuff, some fallen logs. All of this is brick-built terrain. Interestingly enough, these road stripes here look like the road plates that were ultimately released another 10 years after this. They do kind of look like the new road plates, not the old ones. We don't have turns in our new road plates quite yet. And in this scene, again, nothing particularly interesting here. We have a mountain police type of headquarters. We have this nice chopper up there. That looks pretty nice. But whatever, none of that concerns us. Let's go to the instructions. And now let's build the robbers hideout. Book 2. And this should go really fast, about 150 pieces. Bags 3 and 4. Yeah, barely 200 pieces, if that. Probably about 150. So we'll clear this out, make a little space to the sides. Again, this is going to live in the forest, so it's not on the grid. We don't have to worry about the edges or the space profile. This robber's got some overalls on, and actually the color matching here between the overall print and the pants is pretty good. But he's got some overalls to try to cover his prison garb there. You would think he'd just take it off. But I guess he didn't want any bears following the scent to catch up with him. He's got a wacky little face, also missing a tooth. LEGO always makes sure you know who their criminals are. But anyway, I was saying, so it looks like in the original storyline, these robbers making or inhabiting this log cabin, the mistake they might have made was picking somewhere that was so remote that if any Mounties came by, they'd immediately say, hey, nobody's registered at this property. And they'd know they possibly had some villains or some brigands on their hands. So in our story, in our city, this log cabin is going to be situated right beside a number of other log cabins that we have. I haven't showed here on stream, but I've shown them on Instagram before. We've got quite a few of them at this point. Which is going to make it considerably less conspicuous. Considerably less conspicuous. Should blend right in. And then the only thing you have to worry about is if any of your other cabin-owning neighbors are not fond of your illicit activities and perhaps want to tip off the law. I can see that my 16x16 base plate is a little bit warped here, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. And I'm probably going to damage it more by trying to bend it back into place than anything else. Now, when we have our project of working on the LEGO City Garage double build, those 16x16 base plates are warped to the point of being almost unusable, so we're going to have to be careful there. But that's always something to watch out for. I mean, there are no pieces in this hideout. This thing's going to be done imminently. Again, I'm being careful as I put these brown pieces on because I know they're from the bad batch, so to speak. Okay. Now I'm going to do this twice. A little bit unclear to me what this is. I guess it's a ramp. I guess it's a garage where you can secretly store their little getaway vehicle. Not so useful for getting away if only one person... Yeah, so it's kind of neat. I guess a second guy can, like, hang on for dear life. They can get real friendly real fast. You know, how about that? This is neat. It's pretty neat. Got some stops at the end here. So this house is basically all garage. Basically just a garage. Oh, bricks. Look at this. Masonry bricks. I didn't know that these were around so early. Maybe they started getting more and more common after this point. There we go. Close that all up. This might be a living space, or there might not even be a living space in this cabin. You've got a safe. Store all those gold bricks. You can slot them right through the mail slot there. Okay. So we are going to actually close up this house a little bit. Barely, but a little bit. And the instructions are so dark here, I almost can't tell what they're adding on given steps. but we're making it work. Got some windows. Again, I can barely tell what's being added here. And I can see a little brown shavings from some brown piece that was broken upon placement. It was one of these cones, and you can see the bottom. So there's an example of kind of what I was talking about. We've now seen one with both the dark red and with the actual brown, but that's okay. It's not going to be a particular issue for the set, especially since it's locked in by this window. Had to go back there just to make sure we weren't missing a placement. And I mean, I can't even... What is this? We're just going to have to guess. I'm going to guess it's going to look about like this. There we go. Start closing this cabin up. Going to need a door, so we'll move on to the fourth and, I believe, final bag. And now we're starting to see that this is actually built into kind of the side of a little mountain or a little hill based on the preview image, which I don't know exactly. I guess one of the other cabins that we have, I'm not going to pull up the image. One of the LEGO Creator cabins that we have is also kind of built into a hill. So I guess we can kind of have some cohesion from that standpoint. That we'll probably put those two beside each other. Like this is a little naturally occurring feature. Or, you know, maybe we'll back our cabins up all the way toward the towards the mountain. And just like they would have been in 2012, this robber's hideout and the gold mine will actually be pretty close to each other, pretty contiguous. After all, you know, when folks go hiking and camping and stuff like that, locations in the mountains can be a popular place for some of that. You get multiple kinds of adventure tourism for one. All right, now we're making the rooftop here. Now we saw quite a few interesting rooftop or shingle designs when we were working on the Monkey Kids Team hideout. This here, though, is just one of the most basic, long-standing LEGO shingle designs that's been around, just using 2x4 slope bricks. Now we're going to add a little chimney. Which I am breaking. Classic chimney design with the 2x2 jumper and a cylinder on top. And now it looks like we're adding a brick-built tree, which is severely broken on the brown part there. That's okay. Still got clutch power. This tree, of course, will not be nearly as tedious as what we just finished with Bricklink Designer Program. I think it's like this. Yeah. That's about right. Another big leaf. No, actually, these are all little leaves now. It's a simple little tree trunk sprouting out from the mountain there. Now what are we adding? Some detailing. Having to watch very carefully now. Put all my parts over here so I can see if they're going to call for any of them. More mountain. Yeah, so this will be fine. I can back this right up to the other cabin that has mountain parts involved. It's a very simple mountain. I also have the ability to just take some of these parts off, kind of disassemble this a little bit, and use it for like support or something like that. Okay, this is going to go here. This is going to go here. This will go down here. So now it looks like there's like maybe one more little bit of the hideout that we might have to work on, but I do not see where that might be, so we're going to find out together. Here's a nice little bench or some steps leading up into the house. It's a cozy little place. Cozy little place. Railing. Looking better by the minute. No bed inside, though. I guess they sleep in their car. Nice little lamp. No missing pieces from what we can see once again. Okay, here we go. So this is going to be whatever is left, the roof or the... Oh, it's the garage door. The garage door. And it's going to perfectly use up the rest of our pieces with tons of time to spare. This barely took us even 20 minutes. And that is the beauty of a nice small set. Close this off. Seem to have missed a... I mean, this is pretty obviously going to go here. There we have it. Another victory. We have a nice garage door. So we can open this up, slide the corpse car inside. We got this guy out on the rooftop looking for trouble. This is nice. So I'll have to ask myself, so I think in this case, this is such a unique little design that I mean, the whole house is built around the garage. So here, I will actually keep this car with the set itself, rather than sending this car to my car storage. Let's put this third brick in the safe here. I feel like their safe is a little exposed to the elements. Like, anybody can just walk up and rob them blind. So it'd be nice if we could actually shift that safe to be facing inside, but we don't quite have any more too high parts that we could do that with. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nah, it wouldn't quite look right, but that's okay. I'm sure nobody's going to take your stuff, guys. It's fine. It's fine. Now, the other nice thing about this dragster is because of the wheel offset, it goes at an angle. It's actually a surprisingly neat build. All right, he's ready to go. And that is our mountain hideout, our robber's hideout. Complete with a bear and some caps. So put all of that off to the side here. I mean, that's done. It doesn't need any more pieces. It can go straight into storage. So that's it. About 2 hours left, and there's only one thing left to do, and that is the main attraction, Stranger Things. The Upside Down. Now, this set is going to be a massive jump in our part count with 2,287 pieces, which we would normally estimate would take us about 2,200 minutes, which is over 3 hours. It's probably going to be even worse than that in this case because our parts are going to be unsorted. We're just going to have to dump them out and kind of go from there. So I'm going to go ahead and take our scanner here, our planner. We'll erase these two things. And we'll go ahead and erase the Stranger Things tag. And in fact, we'll take this whole thing, set it off to the side. And we'll take a quick break. And we'll be back at about 50 after to go ahead and get a nice head start on laying out and building Stranger Things, The Upside Down. All right. We are coming back. Here we go. Okay. The Upside Down. Originally cost $200. You cannot find this for less than $300 now. Half the time without the minifigures. This was originally released in 2019. It was available until December 2021, which has been, 3.5 years now. 2.5 years. Three and a bit. So we have 2 instruction booklets. Got this massive bag. So here I have the parts sorted by color, which we talked about at the beginning of the stream. I honestly believe is just about the worst way to sort. Like, you can do it. It's not... You can do it. Look at this printed Stranger Things piece. No, actually, that's a sticker. But it's a sticker that's so applied so well that I thought it was printed. You can do it, but if you do, like, it's really not actually a very fast way to match parts at all. So we're just going to kind of get these laid out. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's better than nothing. It's certainly better than... It's certainly better than having no organization, having nothing laid out. But your ability to color match just isn't as high as you think it is. Or your ability to match based on shape. It's just definitely slower than sorting by shape the way we've been doing. I also want to... So, we're not going to sort everything by shape today, but I definitely want to get these plates, whatever plates we can find, laid out, because of course plates are always going to be sort of the literal backbone of any sets that we're building. So basically the more we can lay out stuff like that, the happier we're going to be. That seems fine for the dark gray pieces. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a real chore for sure. Where'd our nice Stranger Things piece go? There it went. Like kind of sorted a little bit. Finally, our music actually sounds appropriate for the build that we're doing. A lot of plates in that bag. bunch of 16 by 8 plates, kind of indicating where the bottoms of the build are going to be. Here's some more. Olive green. Interesting color for 16 by 18s. The rest of this is starting to be a little bit more manageable. Let's pull this out. And we start to see some repeating patterns. We see things in one color on the top and then another color when it gets back down. Some of this stuff we won't be using for a very long time. But mostly just trying to make sure that everything we pour out is pretty visible. Like, we want to minimize our sifting as much as possible so that we can be fast like we were with the later sets. Of course, we also need to leave some room in our workspace here. We have our full cast of minifigures, or at least I think nearly the full cast of minifigures. And indeed, there's our little Mountie hat for the captain. Captain Byers. We'll set these guys out soon. So I think all of these dark blue pieces we can just leave until we get to the upside down portion of the build. And these green pieces we can hold until we get to the greenery portion of the top side. All these special pieces, though, we're going to pour out over here. You can see them pretty clearly. Oh, a lot of windows. A lot of little windows. And a light brick, which still has some power, astonishingly. This is probably for the upside down. Guess we'll find out. Leave that there for now. These go with a car. Running out of space here already, but getting to a manageable number of bags. More brown that we can leave until we're building trees. Some more bizarre black parts. Dark brown. I'm going to wait until they ask me, because that might be the upside down color. Whereas this looks like a healthy brown. And we'll pour out these white pieces on the mat so I can see them. And now suddenly it doesn't look so bad. Again, not exactly my preferred way to sort, but it could be worse. I should be able to more or less tell what's going on. One more license plate for the day, but this license plate probably comes from 98Y5. Yeah, I mean, that's an early license plate, so that probably comes from the show. Some more black parts still. These will be used from the very beginning of the build, I'm sure. Bunch of black greebles and ropes. We'll save those till they're requested. Bit of this in sandy. This could be upside down, so we'll save it till it's requested. And then we have all this healthy brown, which I'm going to try to save until it's requested, but I'm sure it's going to be like as soon as we start the build. Mark my words. So we'll see. Okay. Kind of ridiculous, but I think maybe we can try it. The upside down. Oh, are we going to get any advanced descriptions? Stranger Things is set in the fictional rural town of Hawkins, Indiana during the early 1980s. The nearby Hawkins National Laboratory ostensibly performs scientific research for the United States Department of Energy, but secretly does experiments into the paranormal and supernatural, including those that involve human test subjects. Inadvertently, they've created a portal to an alternate dimension called the Upside Down. The influence of the Upside Down starts to affect the unknowing residents of Hawkins in calamitous ways. The first season begins in November 8, 1983, when Will Byers is abducted by a creature from the Upside Down. His mother Joyce and the town's police chief, Jim Hopper, search for Will. At the same time, a young psychokinetic girl named Eleven escapes from the laboratory and assists Will's friends Mike, Dustin, and Lucas in their own efforts to find Will. I only watched the first season of Stranger Things, so it sure looks like I'm going to be in good shape. All right, we're starting right off with the base, going into the car, which we know is typically a pretty good way for us to be able to save some space. See how far we can get. If we can get through bag 5 and build the top side house, will be great. If we can get through bag like 7, will be great. So here's our first guy. He's carrying a white coffee cup, it looks like. Hopper's character is heavily influenced by Indiana Jones. He wears a hat and is reluctant to be a hero, but in the end, he saves the day. Just like these two Mounties who stopped the robber earlier. In fact, let's put them together. You know, I don't want anybody to feel left out with their wide-brimmed hats. There's also a bicycle. A light. Not that light, this light. Some wheels. It's the second bicycle we built today after the one in the Bricklink display. Okay, so we're going to start off by building this Stranger Things display, which this display is beautiful if you're, working on the set on your own, if it's just going to lay on its own. But of course, for our purposes, it's a little extraneous. Oh. Is there anything in there, or is it empty? All right, I'm going to give the cat some wet food, or else we're going to be terrorized, I assure you. So what I was saying was this idea of these display stands are really nice if you're just going to, display the sets on a shelf. But since I'm including this Stranger Things scene into my into the layout, into the city, it's not going to be quite as useful to me. So I will start by building it. But over time, it's probably going to be something where I dismantle it and use the parts. I won't have them leave the set because I don't want to have its pieces be in multiple different places. But what I'll probably do instead is use them to bolster the support, especially because, so my plan for this set, the primary Stranger Things set is a cabin. It's a cabin in the woods. And as we were just talking about, we have some other cabins. So we have small cabins like the robber hideout that we built earlier. And then I've got a couple of big cabins like the Sanderson sisters cottage and the A-frame cabin, which was another LEGO Ideas set that just released last year or 2 years ago or such. And so this will go with the A-frame and the Sanderson sisters. But that being said, I'm going to put it right side up. It wouldn't make sense, since it's not a display piece, it wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense to have the upside down, have it be, because upside down is big, so it would be extended up into the air, like I was just showing with my hands there. Put your hands in the air like you just don't care. So instead, I'm going to separate it. And it is able to be used that way to be displayed in two separate sections. So the top section is going to be there in the forest with the cabins. A lot of interesting stickers in this set that we are not going to have to apply because they're already applied. And the bottom half, I do have the idea for when the city is all laid out that there's an underground section that's mostly going to be filled with things like, rock raiders and my metro system, which is already built. So you'd have to go under the table to see all of that. And I guess the under the ocean, the under the ocean Kingdom of Atlantis type of deal. But I think that I'm actually going to put the underground there too. So it's almost like, for the Minecraft players who might be listening to this, it's almost like you stepped into briefly see all the caves and everything below it. And you would see, if you could make your vision of the table disappear, you would see poking out from beneath the above ground portion. So I'm going to line it up like this, and then on the underside there'll be a little table. Worried about finishing both sections today. Because first of all, when I finish half of this, the second half will be dramatically faster, like we've been seeing over and over again with these repair builds, these part by part builds. Where is the piece I'm looking for? Looking for a 1x4 with side studs. 1x4 brick with side studs. Again, looking through all parts of the same color. People think this is such a great way to sort, but it's really very, very, very inefficient compared to It's only just barely better than doing anything else. Whatever. Point is, I think that that's going to be a really cool way to have this set, this iconic set, integrated into the landscape. See, and then you can't find things, and you start going like, oh my gosh, am I missing a piece? No, you're not missing a piece. It's just sorted poorly. Let's sort these plates here, these 4x4 black plates, which I hadn't sorted yet. So now I can actually see a little bit. See, like, you're just, like, I would never have to be stopping and searching like this with a set that was laid out normally. It's kind of unfortunate. Move these tires over here. Here it is. And that literally took up, like, probably, like, a minute, which is annoying. The Duffer Brothers make multiple references to Stephen King. One is the series logo. It represents the font. It resembles the font used on the covers for the original 1980s editions of Stephen King's novels Cuyo and Christine. So now let's build this thing up. Cujo. It is really so nice to build these 4 adult sets and get all these little tidbits. And I like reading them out as part of the stream too. Here we go. Stranger Things. And that's that. There's our little banner. So again, I guess I would probably just hide this either in the set or in the upside down portion, but we can just set that aside for right now. Now we'll build a car. Our final vehicle for the day. I remember setting that chassis aside once again. Right in front of my face. Actually, maybe it's not the final vehicle of the day because I see some other parts that look suspiciously like vehicle parts. It does seem to have worked out in our favor to have not been too hasty. This will be over here. In getting out some of the parts where we're pretty confident they aren't going to be used quite yet. Some of the colors that we think aren't going to be used quite yet. It's a lot of parts. 2,200. Oh, those are silver. They're not the right... I'm not using the right color here. That's why I can't find more of them. At least the music is finally properly appropriate to the build that we're doing. I don't know, it is kind of a cool coincidence that we built a one of our small cabins in the woods sets that came with possibly one of the first instances of this sort of Mountie park ranger hat. And then we go right into Stranger Things from a decade later. And there we have our main character with the same style of hat. Just a nice little... I do like trying to align the builds like that, but in this case, that was just kind of a... That was not exactly planned. The overall idea was planned, because I knew it was similar, but I didn't think like, oh, the exact same piece is going to be used there. Come on, give me one more of those. There it is. Not many nougat brown pieces left, that's for sure. It's funny when you do this and you can kind of see how all the different colors line up, how much of each color there is in the set. I suspect the extra pieces have been removed from this copy, which actually works in our favor a lot. Unless they were in one of these little small baggies that I just dumped out. But keep using these 2x2 corner plates in black. We're probably going to see some pretty cool build techniques in a premium set like this. Not these ones. We want the headlight bricks, which are once again being used for headlights. Yeah, no extra pieces, which is great. Looks like we want a 1x4 with no side studs. All of these seem to have side studs. This one doesn't. Here's those ingot tiles that we were talking about earlier. Where'd we put the license? There's the license plate. And there's the back of the car. More of these. Goodness. There's one. It's funny, you'll see so many of a certain piece repeated in like one bag of a set, and then it'll never be in the rest of the set. There's the last one. Surely this is the last one. collectible minifig stand being used as an actual build part here. And now we need some dark tan pieces. So I'm going to admit defeat and pour them out here. We're going to need those brown pieces eventually too, so this is going to be painful. Just a tiny bit more working space and we'd be good here. I do have a bigger table, but I can't record from it as easily. And as I mentioned, by the time we get halfway through this build, this is going to be a walk in the park. It'll be so much faster, time per piece pick. Like, look, we haven't even gotten through one bag here, but you can't let that distract you. Like, this happens when you build or you rebuild. I might just stand here for a second, although I do have a bit of glare. But I have to see so much of the table. But every single piece makes it faster. Every single piece makes it faster. Still working on the police chief's vehicle here. Might have lost a couple pieces there. Oh. Unless I really actually caught the literal only one piece that I saw go flying. I mean, it's possible. It's not impossible. We shall find out soon enough. Hawkins Police Department. More stickers. We need a steering wheel and a feature elevator is what I call these. Headlight bricks being used in an unusual way here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like possibly the last of those 1x3 black plates, too. Some hidden pink bricks. That is the hallmark of one designer. Is it Justin? Justin R? I don't know. It's something I've definitely noticed and heard before, though. This is going to be a long car, even though it's only 4 to 6 wide. It's kind of interesting. They did a good job sticking to the Lego City conventions. Very detailed, pretty sturdy. Cat, I will find you a bench that you can enjoy, where you can be part of the action. Oh, you're not waiting. She's coming. There you go. See, that's your bench. Good job. Good girl. Pets. Good girl. using some more of these nougat pieces. She knows the time is coming when we go touch grass, and she gets to come along for the ride. I'm not going to say the word for any of you that have dogs. You know what happens when you say the word. You got to keep your word by not saying the word when you don't mean the word. Okay, now we need 2 of the ones with an upward pole. Must only be 2 of them because I don't see any. There's one. This is probably going to be for like windows, or not windows, side lights. There's the other one. Headrest in dark gray is here. Here's a second one. These stickered parts here. Not very many white pieces in this set at all. Slowly working our way through the parts. Here's our side lights. So we need clips. Yeah, it's kind of fun to watch, isn't it? She's like, don't touch me. Looks like the police chief was out to buy a pumpkin when all of this went down. There's randomly a pumpkin in the truck bed. Now we're making some windows. Again, very easy to find our white pieces because there's so few of them. Oh, sideways window building, just like we saw in that camper van. Now we'll do the other one. Bye. No more cat time. Yeah, it's already starting to get a little bit easier to locate the things I need, which is just lovely. Okay. Gonna pour out these. I'm not gonna pour out the foliage yet, but I'll pour out these other green and teal pieces. Because I need one of them. I need 2 of them, actually. There's actually an incredible amount of detail going into this truck. You would have thought it'd be. Not so much. I guess you can actually open, like, look at this. You can actually open these side windows to access the... I don't know if that's actually a feature of the official vehicle, but it's kind of interesting. More of those silver nuggets, using those up. We're definitely still missing some things on the front of the car here, and up here it is. Using up almost all of these nougat pieces. Some white tiles. There's one. Two. Now we're making the roof. And the last of our clear window pieces. That's a truck. A very convincing 1980s truck. The Hawkins Police Department vehicles and uniforms were inspired by those used in Jaws from 1975. And then Jaws, of course, got a Lego set just last year, which is a beautiful little boat. Finally, we get to make our tires here. 1, 2, wrapped around wheels. 3. Oh, these went flying when I dumped out the pieces. And 4. And put them on. And we have a completed police truck. Boom. And now it begins. We must begin to tackle the base of the house. All right, so we've got this guy looking a little bit worried. Is this Will? I forget. Flashlight, radio. Okay, let's see just how big of a space profile we're going to need here. Also getting pretty close to done with this dark tan color. At some point I'm going to have to set this build, the build that I'm carrying in my hands down, and so I guess as I keep getting further and further making the base, I'll keep shifting parts more and more to make some room for it. Oh yeah, lots of little colored parts on the inside to firm this up. Where's the red ones? It's pretty good. Lots of colors down here. now we're flipping it over. So we can sort of see vaguely what the space profile we're going to need is, about double this. So I'll start moving stuff over, especially all this dark blue that I won't need until the upside down portion. Put over here for right now. I might forget that that's there. Then I'll look for it and find it. Wow, a lot of pieces being added per step here. So let's sit down and do it traditionally. And now I'm not nearly so bothered. Able to kind of find what I'm looking for, except for all that light gray over there, which is pretty rough. Just building the base here, building the frame. Little hard to tell exactly what we're working through here, but I think that the reason we're laying all this out like this is this is like the wood flooring of the house itself, this kind of tan, sandy color. Usually when you have all those different studs and connector points, you're going to be attaching various things to them. Okay, we're going to make the house wider. It's not going to be challenging in the slightest. Using even more of these nougat pieces down to the final few back there. We actually might finish all of them here. Turntable. It's so easy to find parts that have two colors in this mess because they're like the only thing of that color in that mess. 3 nougat pieces left. Very, very few. And we're beginning to use some brown, which I guess can start to take up the space. Well, once I start having trouble with it, at least. Not quite yet. That was easy enough to find. Connect this kind of carefully. Oh, I'm off by 1. This olive green color actually feels a little bit brittle, so I better be careful with that too. Need another brown 4x4, which I see right there. No need to dump it if I've still got it. Put that here. Then we'll start using these. Yet another brown 4x4. that. And we connect it. Like this. Like this. So this is actually lowered by a layer, which is a technique I also love to use. You can make slightly smaller. This set's going to be huge. This is probably only half of the profile. Oh boy. It's certainly going to earn its place in the woods. More detailing. So we'll set this down like so. I think this was supposed to be a different color. This is surely supposed to be a different color. And you may say, don't call me surely, but carefully get that out of there. And put this one in instead. Yeah. One by 4 reduced. I really like the plates and tiles that are reduced. I'm talking about this. Find them very versatile to work with. 2 corner tiles. One is here. One is here. 2 2x2 jumpers. One is here. The other up here. 3 1x6s. 1, 2, 3. Then we get into 2 of these connectors conveniently right there. So this house it's all going to swing open and shut like we saw with the Monkey Kid hideout. 2 of these dark earth orange. So there's one. There's another. And then 2 of them that are 1x6. 1 and 2. This kind of set can be really fun to put together with a buddy, actually. Oh, dark brown. Put this door aside. Pour the rest out back here. Where you just slowly pull aside the pieces you need. That's regular brown. But luckily it's a regular brown tile, so we can just put them here. And help each other. You find that you can get through a big build like this really quickly. Surprisingly quickly. Now we're going to keep expanding. Kind of thought we wouldn't be using these pieces yet. I guess maybe the upside down is more black and dark blue. All right. We don't have a choice. We have to get the browns out. A lot of tree parts back there. One nougat piece left, and it's a 1x4 tile over here. Just one. Sure, we're going to connect this. Yep. Like so. Nope, I'm off by one. Like so. Still trying to keep this frame nice and tight. This goes here. Once again, we can see the sort of corner pattern that we often get with sets that are supposed to stand alone on display, all this curvature. Okay, so this is probably close to the complete profile, and it's really not that bad if this is most of it. I think here's going to be some trees, so we'll flush out this area a little bit, and then we'll have a pretty good idea just how big this set actually is. There. Just about that big. 2, 3. Again, we want to keep this as flush as possible. Almost done with this color as well, so we can consolidate those piles. 4. And that is the size of our build. Just barely enough that we can have it here in front on my small camera. So I'll need to set up a scene. This is a note to self. I'll need to set up a scene where I can swap the two cameras, actually, for a little while. And probably keep everything else the same. That'll be fun. It's always fun to swap around a little bit. Totally done with this olive green color, except for the little dots. And here's probably connectors for the tree on the other side. I'm thinking ahead. Nope. Well, maybe. One goes there. One goes there. Lots of these connectors. One goes there. Should be one more of those. There it is. One goes up here. Then we'll need these brown pieces to lock this in place. And apparently 8 random 1x1 tiles, just helter-skelter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Probably the only ones of these in the whole set. 8. Seem kind of random the way they're placed there, but we'll follow the instructions. Cat time? No cat time. Okay, this cobblestone is a bit more cobbly than we're even used to, but all right. More of this sandy color that we're going to probably totally finish up again here. Okay, we're going to totally tile off this side over here. So we'll start with this one. Jumper. Small jumper. One by 3, 1 by 3. Here and down here. 1 by 6s. So this is the outline of our walls for the build. Definitely going to put some walls here. So the actual build itself is pretty shallow, but again, we've talked about like we don't mind dollhouse style too much. Makes it playable, and it's kind of a losing battle to fight it too much. Just like we expected, here's 2 of these over here to attach like a tree. 1 by 1, the last one of these. 2 1x6s. This color is running dry as well, which we love. Actually, do we love that? We're just going to be left with a mass of gray, aren't we? Oh well. 1x2. We know what's coming next. 2 1x3s. Which go here and here. And then we knew these were coming to close up the tree. And one of those long 1x4s, but only one of them this time. Bottom or top? Bottom. Starting to be able to kind of see what's going on a little bit here. Also, not starting with this build was definitely a mistake. Like, the robber hideout was great as a warm-up build, but doing 2 other things before that, whew. Decisions were made. Okay. We have a concerned parent with this time a black lightsaber flashlight. She is holding a poster of a wizard casting a spell in the middle of an ocean. This might be a printed tile. That's a really cool printed tile. Is this Joy Spires? Might be. No, I don't think so. It's not 11, is it? That's 11, right? I also can't recall. Here's Will. And we're already starting to build up into the walls. Also already starting to build the trees, so we are going to use these brown pieces right away. Okay. Possibly a lot of them. Because there aren't that many. Headlight brick. Headlight brick. Oh, this is like some oak cabinetry, actually. Which surprises me. I'm surprised we're using all this brown color on the inside. Feels like we're going to need it on the outside later, but okay. The only regular green piece in the set, apparently. Nope, that's got a shine, so it's metallic. I've seen the boombox a couple times floating around. It is a bespoke Lego piece. There it is. And then apparently a microscope. This. Robot arm. This. There we go. Oh, or a desk lamp, actually, probably. Where is it going? Right here. Make some more small decorations here with our few remaining white pieces. Black lightsaber handle, and a lampshade, which we also saw used in the robbers set. Again, the continuity over time is always very cool to observe. No, why are we using dark blue pieces? I don't have any room left. No. Ah. Maybe it's not all of them quite yet. Definitely not using those yet. Guess we can use... Here's tiles. And here's plates. Not much choice. Okay, the dark blue has been released from its slumber. Must be the only 2x3 blay plate here. Must be. Oh, come on. This is such a... There it is. Standing straight up. One of my weirdly colored green teal parts. Two of them, actually. Multiple of them. Most of them, maybe. Starting to get easier and easier to see my parts. Tile. No relation to Kyle. Hey, there's a Jaws poster. Jaws poster sticker. Actually lost track of where I am for a second there. Here we go. One like this. One like this. Double cheese slope in gray. I think this is an unmade bed with a headboard, which means that's probably going to be the only... Yep, here's that. Is it a tile? With two underneath, yep. Using up lots of pieces here. Just a bedroom. Building up the walls. I see 1x10s, I see 1x6s, but I need a 1x8. Am I sure? 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, I'm sure. There it is. Nope, that's a 6. 6. 8. Must be the only one. 1x3. Using all of this brown up. Tile, 1x3. Teal pieces inside the house. One by two. Then some interesting color choices. White. Cool yellow. White. More cool yellow. Not sure what we're building here quite yet. White. Yellow. White. Yellow. White. Yellow. Yellow. A couch? I have no idea. Absolutely no idea yet. And now we're back to the walls. Interior cabinets. So we've got to open up these. Glass pieces. I actually might just get the light ones and put the dark ones away. Well, actually, the dark ones are pretty easy to see. So we'll just separate them. Light ones. How many? 8. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice exterior windows. That goes here. This here. It's like there's a piece of the wall missing here. Unless we're going to do something super clever, like some kind of upside down build, which we might be. 1 by 4. Wait. Yeah, that doesn't go there. Yeah, does look like a piece of the wall is missing. Is this where, like, the monster broke in and stole him? Scepter. Or a floor light, I guess. Yep, floor light. More of those pieces. Let's just find them. 1, 2, 3, 4. With panels, which are easy to find. Almost like interior siding, or actually I think these must be the drapes. Did I miss something? Here. Already starting to have the wall formed up. Here's our nice poster with a bunch of Dungeons and Dragons stuff. And then family-related things on the inside. So it looks like the entryway. This one. Some more of these. Pile is dwindling. 1x6. Yeah, I don't know why there's a hole in the wall. Making another part of the wall with our Jaws advertisement. This here. This hangs down. This goes up. This comes in. Goes up. Where's the Jaws poster? Here it is. And one more goes up. Pretty tall. Not that many yellow pieces. Yellow telephone. That must have been in the show. Using some white base plates here. 1x8. Starting to make roofing, I guess. Or preparing for a second floor. I forget if there's an attic that features prominently. No, I think that we're just preparing to hinge the roof so it can come down. So we're already on the roof, which is pretty good. Put that on one of these. It's actually surprisingly sturdy. Oh, is this the last nougat piece? Yep, the last one. No, it's not. It's got to be the other color. Although, where's those that hang down? Are they this color? Nope. What color would that be? It looks like orange. Oh, it is orange. Two of these and another one of those. Then a 1x6. And then some more of the paneling. Maybe we're making the backing of the couch now. Cool yellow. White. White. Cool yellow. White. Cool yellow. Starting to look a little bit more like a couch now. Actually, what the heck? Wait, what? Supposed to match up like this? Oh. That, okay, now it looks like a couch. Some boarded up windows. Boarded up with newspaper. I guess maybe they're broken. We want the double-sided one again. Here's one. This goes backwards. Up here. Slowly but surely getting through this house. Slowly but surely building the walls. This looks pretty long. All right, here's our front door. The doorknob. Covering all that. There we go. And the famous string light board, which is a sticker over the couch. This plate does not want to lock in place. That actually looks wrong to me. Yeah, because that's supposed to be facing the other way. Okay. Subtle detail that I'm going to totally break this thing fixing. Oh boy. That goes back there. This goes back down. This goes back down. Not great. There we go. I think we got it. Fix this. Ton of anti-studs on the outside, which is kind of interesting. Try putting this back on again. Now it goes like a charm. And we can add the side panels. 1, 2. No harm done. Little coffee table here. Piece count slowly dwindling. How many of these are I doing? 8. Where are literally all the rest of them? one more. Missing in action, but as we know, these parts tend to show up as you continue to sift over time. There it is. Actually a nice coffee table design. We've got a newspaper tile. That looks like Armageddon. I think it's not that. That looks like Have You Seen Me? Will Byers, 12 years old. An unexplicable light here. Unexplicable side tile here. And we need a 1x3 brown tile. Which I'm actually out of. Nope, there it is. Pretty nice. Coffee table on a rug. Bag 4. Got another fellow with a slingshot. I haven't seen the Lego slingshot piece very often. I'm also not sure if it's here. Okay, we're missing a slingshot for now. Let's keep that in mind. Although it is light gray, so it might actually just be over here in the light gray parts, probably. Because we haven't been missing anything else yet. Looking for its little, yeah, look at that, slingshot. You can ride the party bus back there to show our growing minifigure collection. And we're going to keep building the walls. Getting reasonably close here on the top part. I think I'm going to possibly take a super short break and be right back to keep working on this part. All right, we have been going for a while here, so we're just going to do a little bit more. See if we can finish up any of this wall, and then we'll probably wrap it up for the day. I'm looking at this thing that we've built here on the ground floor. I have absolutely no idea whatsoever what this is. If you look at the instructions, it might be like a bear trap. That seems like kind of vaguely on brand. Cardboard boxes. I was talking in a previous build where we put some cardboard boxes in the basement. Monkey Kid, I'm sure, about how much I love this particular method of making cardboard boxes. I think it's really clever. It's just so distinct what it is. So this is a stack of cardboard boxes in this case. And now we have one with a... with one clearly labeled as Christmas. Making a little bit more interior decoration here. Using our dark green pieces for a couch, a armchair. An armchair, a rather nice armchair. And one that can swivel too, which the best armchairs can swivel. Oh, it's not supposed to swivel. It just sits at an angle. That's an interesting choice. Oh, it's really quite angled. Oh, here's another piece in the traditional color, traditional green color. And we have a potted plant, because what's a house without a potted plant? As Minecraft taught us all. And we have the rulebook for Dungeons & Dragons, which is another cool sticker. Be a very cool print if it was a print, but it is a sticker. And now we will finish up this wall. Probably pretty quickly. Oh, it's like a jigsaw here. Using up most of the rest of our tan pieces, allowing us to consolidate a little bit more. Some more broken windows. or papered up windows, rather. And unbroken windows on the side. More of these pieces. We keep looking for one. Two, three. Three of these for probably blinds, drapes, and two of these. It's like one of the last segments of wall here. Possibly. Actually, I'm not even going to speculate. I do not know what we're building here quite yet. It looks familiar, but I'm not sure what it is. I've seen this technique only once before. Oh, it's shelving. Yeah, okay. Here will be the last section of wall with our last blinds or drapes. And most of the rest of our tan pieces, except for that waffle. That's fun. Oh, I see. Okay, I was using the wrong broken newspaper pieces this whole time, so I'll have to swap a lot of windows out. But luckily this won't be too hard because I'll be able to just poke out the windows. Not sure why there's a dark green piece there. A little bit of mold, a little bit of ivy. Just something the designer wanted to throw in just because. Last drape. Down here for one of those, like so, and there it goes. And then we start sealing off the roof here. So before I do that, I better replace these windows. They're only going to get harder and harder to do. One. Oh, this is not easy. Okay. 1, 2. Paper it over. I think all the rest are right here. Yeah, so that's actually not that bad. One. This is actually a pretty cool print that they made, that they not only made this papered over newspaper walls in the real color, but they also made it in the like fake upside down, everything is off kind of way as well. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 3, 4. Put this back. And slide this back into place. One more of those walls with shelving. This. The bitter last of the tan pieces, and we've opened up some space here. So we'll be able to consolidate it all pretty quickly. So, going to do this shelving technique again. One more. One of these is not like the others. There it is. And now we're putting a roof on. This again with a 1x8, which is somewhere. Now, it's possible, there it is. One by 6 brown. Oh, we just put it on. This is kind of neat how it holds everything in place. It's, again, hard to describe with my words, but it's pretty well built. It's quite sturdy, which is to be expected from a set of this caliber. The sturdiness, the precision. Need another one of these. And that's going to match the other side. Need a cheese slope. There. Now, how long do we go until... Okay, we're going to start doing all this siding. It's not actually that many extra stuff. Okay, we're going to finish this off. Here we go. So we're going to finish this bag, and then we're going to call it having completed the nice siding. I'm going to say we've done pretty good work for today. We'll have to come back and pick up Stranger Things at another point. When will be the other point, Kira? I don't know. Let's put a crazy amount of siding on this house. Oh, this is actually going to be really tedious. Oh my gosh. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these. So I guess there's like the hole in the wall is really just like a hole in the siding. I guess it's got nothing on, like, say, paving the roof of Riverdale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One open stud, which goes here, and 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Let's see if we can fill in all the gaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess this would be like aluminum siding. 6. Oh, there's a lot of it over here. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Why is this wall caving in? 12, 13, 14. And then we'll do the other side, starting with 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1 by 4s now is 1, 2, 3. One more. 4. And they just go 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 6. 1 by 3s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a nice little house on a very big profile. 9 1 by 2s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's another boombox. Oh, I guess because it's in the upside down. We're going to duplicate a lot. 9. And they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The roof is not really removable, so you have to look at it from the outside. 8, 9, and 1 headlight on 1 jumper. And then we have a rocking chair in the front. No, a swing. Where's the spokes that it's on? There. Already looks like this is going to be a cool little design. 1, 2. This is a bit like what we did earlier. I saw these pins. 1. I know there's another one over there. 2. 2 more of those. 1. 2. Connected by a longer pin. Umbrella holder, I think of these as. And it goes into the house. That's why we have that sticking out there. Pretty neat. Actually very neat, and it moves really smoothly. And then we have a chair. Using up some more of these earth orange pieces. Two of these. And then some more siding. Feels a bit unfinished, but okay. It goes right in front of here. And then another kind of chair, almost like a pool chair. A lot of these nozzles. That goes here. That's cleverly placed. And then the chair itself, again using up more and more of our white pieces. And these, another old piece. Where are they? There's one, and there's the other. This is a strange design for a chair. Plastic chair, I guess I'd just call this. It's a classic plastic chair design. Slightly offset. Table. Does that stud got a hole in it? Yes, it does. The very last nougat piece is placed. Random tile here. This house is run down. Random bucket without any water in it here. And that is it. And then we get to one of our inestimable friends. Okay, everybody. Well, that went really long. But it was a good stream. We made some serious progress on the upside down. We built 2.5 other sets, and I think we're in good. We're on literally the last bag of the main house of the upside down, and then we would just be doing the trees and then the reverse. So it's fun. It's a good set so far. I have a lot of positive to say about it, but I'm enjoying working on it. So we'll